This the Black Powder Podcast. Kick up your feet, lean on your armrest, and get your mind blessed on this.
Just mentioned it now. So I'm the founder, of course, of Buy a Bullet, but additional to that, I run another company. Are we recording for the event, or are we not? So I just wanted to know when I should start.
It's already recording. It
Oh,
should be recording. Double check.
Roger that. So I'm the founder of Buy a Bullet, and running and managing that business. And then I have another company that's very old, it's 28 years old, and so I'm the founder of that as well. And so I'm managing both in parallel. So every day is a challenge. Just work to get done and etc. So
I hear you. It's always a good thing to be busy. Ever since I went to SHOT Show, I've been trying to get a little bit more busy with this podcast. And honestly, I couldn't tell you the last time I actually had a break to do anything for myself other than podcasting and work. So staying busy.
Yeah.
Next week I'll be getting to the range.
So I haven't been to SHOT Show yet. Just haven't taken the time for that. But I think I'll try to do that for next year, for 2026.
Would you think about buying a booth, or would you?
So I would go as a visitor. Our services aren't really relevant for buying a booth. SHOT Show is marketing toward retailers and gun shops, etc. And our services are more towards civilians, to citizens. And we could do so, but I don't think that it would add up as making much sense, being much value. And that's also the advice I've had from others, from industry, just insights from industry, from manufacturers that are like, it wouldn't be a strong play for Buy a Bullet toward the ultimate purpose as it goes for SHOT Show.
Gotcha. I'd recommend trying it out first and then seeing how you like it, because I went there thanks to the assistance of another company, Tardigrade Industries, and they have this cutting edge eyewear that could literally prevent ocular injuries, and they're trying to market it to the military because majority of the injuries are those of the ocular nature. Yep. The industry standard is about 620 something FPS, and his goes all the way up to, on paper, 3 times that. Off paper, recently being tested, I'd say it could probably go up to in the 3,000s. But that's the unofficial number. As far as stopping shrapnel, such as what's it called, spalling, or just shrapnel coming from ricochets, or just anything that would go towards the ocular area. So, but when I went, my only focus was to try and help promote the business, despite the fact that I was also there for my podcast. And that's when I learned it was, you're literally in the ocean. You're out of the fish tank, so to speak, and you're in the ocean. And then there's so many big fish out there. Some of them friendly, some of them not. Some of them just don't want anything to do with it. It just, you got to experience it for yourself. And if you don't have a plan, then all 4 days you're going to go in there, and by the 4th day you are going to be worn out. Not just because you're expending your energy, but because there's this mythological thing called the SHOT Show creep. Because again, or rather the SHOT Show crud, not the creep, but again, it's a large convention, which means that you're going to have a lot of people who may be clean, may not be clean. Yeah. Take your meds.
So I've attended over my career. So with my other company, I have attended many industry day events and SHOT Show equivalents. And yeah, that's pretty normal, because you got people coming in from all kinds of different locations as well as countries, typically. And yeah, so you definitely have to, it's wise and advisable to 2 days before start ramping up on Tylenol, hydrate a lot, just basically building up your defenses,
Yes.
your health defenses prior to arrival, and then eating well. So if your diet is normally road food, so to speak, for those that are sales and marketing, airport food, that type of thing, then spend the prior 72 hours to 48 hours just eating clean food so you can get a good basis for defense, white blood cells, etc. So you can walk away and not be jammed up.
Definitely, and I definitely agree with that. And I was lucky not to get it because I was
Yeah.
fully hydrated. Next time I'll probably buy a bag of oranges and just snack on them for all 4 days. I don't know, but
yeah, for real though. Oranges, apples,
Mhm.
bananas, just clean food, just good food.
It seems like you got like an extremely well oriented and extremely well perceived mindset as far as just being able to try and provide the best of anything. And I can easily see how that applies to your business acumen as well. So that's just good that it translates over.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you much. By the way, I don't want to ignore that ranged therapist just popped in. Hey there,
This
Will.
is true.
What up? What up? Sorry I'm late.
No,
That's
you're right
okay.
on time. Right on
You're going to
time.
be buying
as
the
always.
oranges for the convention.
What is that?
You're going to be buying the oranges for the convention since you were late. So.
Am I the soccer mom? Do I have to ride the orange wedges?
Well, I mean, it depends. Do you drive a van or a SUV or?
No, I'll rent one though. Make sure I come with a nice bag of orange wedges. I got you.
That's funny. But yeah, thank you much for the kudos on that. And my view is just do the best you can. That's my manner in pretty much everything. Just do the best you can. If you can't be the best, that's okay. That's all right. Just don't be the last. Don't be the least. Do the best you can.
That's a good outlook. Will, do you think you can echo that sentiment as well?
Absolutely. Without question. It's really just being the best you can be. Sometimes it's out of your control. Sometimes it's not. But if you're putting forth all the effort and taking the necessary steps and precautions along the way, then you'll be in a good position no matter what happens.
Yeah, facts.
Sounds like I need to change my mindset. I'm definitely trying to get back into a good position. Ended up getting a desk job over these last couple of years. I say about 2 to 3 years, and ironically enough, I've been with the company that I've been working for I want to say 19 years. And the first 8 of those, I was physically active in extremely harsh weather, be it rain, snow, sun, and my body was in a lot better shape, especially since I was younger back then than I am now. And I have a goal to get back into better shape because I would like to go to the tactical games. That's going to require endurance, stamina, as well as discipline. So this month, I'm going to apply that acumen that y'all are both talking about.
Yeah.
As someone that's spent over a decade in the fitness industry, it starts with your food. That's your foundation. What you eat and what you don't eat.
Definitely.
What you drink, what you don't drink. So that's your foundation that you're going to build everything else on top of.
This is true.
Super fact. So you dumb lucky happen to have caught up with 2 individuals that are very much into fitness, and just the same as Will has a background in fitness. I did too, which is my prior career, but that was ages ago. And then prior to that, I had been a competitive athlete for decades, and as it goes, and including in shooting sports. And so as it goes to the tactical games or SWAT challenge is another one that I'm familiar with. What you're going to want to do is, just as Will said, it starts with the kitchen, starts with the diet. People want to go and join their Planet Fitness or Anytime Fitness or wherever, or they watch a Rocky movie and they're like, okay, I'm going to go put on some Pro Kids and go run for 10 miles. That's how you jam yourself up. Start out slow, start out light, Start out with the things that you can affect most directly. And that most commonly, very commonly, are the things that you put in your mouth. And from there, the caloric load, basically metabolic load that you have to manage. So the calories in, and then your metabolism is expending those calories that you've taken in, and then the waste, of course, goes out. And so start there with your diet. But I don't mean dieting like eating less food. I mean in a nutritional manner. Start there and then build up slowly, but progressively and consistently as it goes to the exertion component, which is exercise. And it's no different. That is no different than it is in shooting sports or in the shooting area that we're here to talk about as it goes to training, which I'm sure will agree with me on that too. You know, you start small, do what you can, compound that, build up on it, and develop. And from the ammunition area, it's like you start out with 22. That's something I always suggest. But since before buy a bullet, start with 22. Or if you're going to start with a shotgun for some reason, that's fine. Lots of children start with shotguns. Start them out with 410. Don't give them a 12 gauge or 20 gauge. 410. Build up skill sets, build up capability, familiarity, and then go from there.
Makes sense. Wish I would have had somebody giving me guidance whenever I got into my firearm journey, because I started out with was 9mm for the pistol and 300 blackout for the rifle.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing about that. This happens a lot in all the communities. People give people as an introduction what those people either were told to start with or what those people feel most comfortable with. And the thing is, as it goes to shooting sports, the thing is, it's unfortunate and it's unfair to start persons out with full power cartridges, such as 9mm and 300 BO. And the reason for that is that when a person is brand new, when they're first starting out, they're a complete novice. They have agreed to participate because they have an interest. They have some curiosity. The last thing to do is give that person open the door to that person, something that could potentially turn them off. So I'm going to use another analogy. Amusement parks, because I'm a dad. I'm a dad, and my children are now adults. But when you take your kids to an amusement park, you don't put them in the biggest roller coaster that you can find. You start them out on that little small joint, right? Everybody knows this. That has half a width. You start them out on the little small one. It just goes like this. It's just got the rises and the dips, and it's not so scary. It doesn't make them lose their lunch, and etc. Then you can build them up. You take them to a couple of county fairs, and then they go on the roundy round thing that goes up up and down like that. That's how you do it. But you just put somebody straight away on the full power, and okay, they may hang in there and enjoy it, but they might not come back. And that's the whole point as it goes to the 2A community, is to get people to stay interested and come back, and then to stay interested and seek out training, and to stay interested and buy more ammo, and stay interested and pick up a few more guns. But if you start them out with just a random 9mm, and I'm going to bet it was a compact.
Well, actually, it was for me, it was a mid-size. It was
Mid-size.
a Mechanic TP9.
Okay. All right. It's super common for people to give someone a compact and then wonder, like, why do they don't want to come back? Because the recoil sucks and it hurts. And they look at the target and they meant to shoot here, and it's over there and over there and over there. And they're like, who wants to, like, oh, I'm terrible, so I don't want to do it again. But if you start them out with a 22, the recoil, there is recoil. Of course, we all know that. There is recoil, but it's far less, and it's much easier to manage for a novice. So then they start out and they walk away with thumbs up. And they're like, wow, that was fun. That was interesting. And it wasn't horrible. It wasn't scary. And then the same with rifle. There's no reason to start a person out with 300 blackout. Just give them a 22. Start them out with a Marlin 60, a Ruger 1022, a Savage. There's so many options. Start out with the 22.
Mm. Well, my mistake wasn't that I couldn't handle the caliber action wise. I just couldn't handle the caliber price wise. Because
Yep.
as soon as I got done going to the range, I looked at how much it was for at least a box of 20.
Yeah.
I said, what's the next least expensive caliber? And I went down to 5.56 223. So that's a little bit more manageable, but
yes,
let me tell you.
especially 30. Yeah, my first gun was a 45. I bought a Glock 21C, so a ported 21 or 45 caliber, but it was a soft shooter. But same thing with the ammo price. I'm like, wait a minute, 9. When I switched over to 9, I'm like, it's literally half the price. I'm like, oh no. Let's go. I can shoot twice as much for the same. Oh yeah, let's switch.
And on my end, same story. I advise people to start with 22. You can get, prior to the pandemic, you could pick up a 525 round box of 22. That's 525 chances, opportunities to develop trigger time, to get skill set development. 525 rounds for the same price as a 50 round 9mm box, Winchester white box at Walmart at that time. Fast forward to present, that 525 has been reduced by the manufacturers generally down to 325, but that's still 325 rounds, 325 trigger presses, 325 opportunities to do your sight alignment and get your body alignment. If you're shooting rifle, get your body alignment and to learn how to actually shoot, as opposed to just 50 rounds or 20 rounds with 223 and 5.56. It just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense at all. Invest in 22, develop skill sets, build up, and get past the worry and the concern for other shooters around you wanting to make fun of you and say, "Oh, you're just shooting 22." Which I'll share a story if I might, if you guys will allow it.
Yeah,
that
definitely.
happened to me. So this is a few years back now. It was pre-pandemic, but I am absolutely, as you can probably tell, a really big fan of skill sets. Skill sets is what matters. I don't care if a person owns like 10, 15 handguns, 13 ARs that they assembled at their home. That doesn't mean anything to me. That means zero. What actually matters is skill set, capability to do something. So with that, this particular day, I had brought my Bullseye 22 handgun, and I was doing bullseye training for myself. So it's my own trigger time development, and I'm standing at the range and I'm just working on the fundamentals, trigger press, sight alignment. I happen to shoot targets at far distance that are small, and these two dudes had shown up with a Smith & Wesson 500. They didn't know that. I got ahead. They show up with a Smith & Wesson 500, and they're 2 bays over. And it was the Hunter model, which is a 6-inch barrel. And they had brought a whole bunch of ammo, and they were just shooting off rounds. And they come back. So the way that the bays are, it's an outdoor range. So the way that the bays are set up, I'm shooting, and I had multiple targets hung up. So I'm engaging multiple targets. So I wasn't at the norm like most people shoot right at the tray or that level area where you put down your gun. I was away from it because I'm engaging multiple targets. And so they see me shooting, and I'm just shooting 22. And I'm wearing my ear pro that is electronic, so I can hear people talking. I can hear people talking, and it boosts it for me. So these two cats are giggling and having a ha-ha time at my expense between them, not knowing that I could hear them. And so they were going on about, I'm shooting 22, and that's just for kids, and it's grown men. These at that time, I'm 55 now. At that time, I was like 49 or 50, and these two dudes were easily in their mid 60s. They're too old to be commenting about, just having that kind of goofy conversation. We're just too old for that. We're not in high school anymore. But so they were going back and forth with each other. And then one of them comes over, or one says to the other, I'm going to invite him. I'm going to ask him to come shoot this. It's going to be hilarious. I'm paraphrasing, but they were thinking it was going to be hilarious and the gun going to blow me up. So one of them comes over and asks me if I'd like to shoot and say, oh, it's a Smith & Wesson 500, blah, blah, blah. And this is going to be fun. No, 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 no. What they didn't know that I'm a former demonstrator for Smith & Wesson Corporation. They didn't know that I have fired that Smith & Wesson 500 in ammo far more times than they in their lifetime that they could ever accumulate in trigger time. They didn't know that I've run through the entire product catalog at Smith & Wesson, and they didn't know. And the funny thing is, I was wearing my Smith & Wesson range hat, but they didn't look at it. They just didn't look at it. It says Smith & Wesson on the front. It's a red hat. You cannot buy these. You can't. They're assigned to you. They're given to you. You can't buy one. So I didn't know a lot. And so I said, yeah. And I just played it, I was like, yeah. And I didn't state that I could hear what they said. So I was like, yeah, that'd be fun. So I walk over there and the guy's telling me, you gotta be careful. And, I'm only going to give you one round because it's probably going to be all this other yada, yada. So, and there's a video of this at my YouTube page. So it really did happen. And the video is there. So they give me the gun and load it with one round, and he misloaded it. So I go to extend, and I can see that the round was in the wrong chamber.
Right.
Then I pulled the gun back, I reset it, and I fired. And what happens? Not only did I hit the target, which they weren't, they were just there to feel recoil and hear noise. I hit the target, but I shot the target through the center of the target. And so I take the shot, I put the gun down, and then I pick up my phone, which was recording, and I go, hey, hi. And they introduce themselves, and they're looking stunned. You can see this in the video. They're looking like, yeah. And so I'm like, hey, and there's like one guy's like Joe and the other one's Mark or whatever. And I was like, yeah, and this was fun. No. And then I kill the phone, and then I tell them who I was. And then I go back. And so they pull the target in, and they're just like, nothing more to say. And then they left. They were there like 10 minutes, and then they rolled out. So my point is, in sharing that long story, start out and develop and stay with 22. It will get you the skill sets that you need very inexpensively. And you get the reps. You get the trigger time. And then once you learn the reps and you learn the trigger time, you don't lose that. It doesn't go away. It doesn't degrade. You keep it. You stay there. And once you advance beyond to 300 BO and 9mm, and I hunt with 45-70, which is a high recoil round, lots of energy. I still am shooting 22, and the techniques and the methodology transfers over. It's just the same, only recoil's greater. That's it. Everything else is the same.
Yeah, I spent probably the better part of almost 3 years, almost exclusively shooting 22. And you don't know how many people will comment on my videos. Oh, you only did that because it's a 22. Like, yeah, you can think that if you want, buddy. But that is not the case at all.
That's the other thing. So Will, it's hilarious. And Everett, you probably know this as well. So it's hilarious. People think that, okay, because 22 doesn't have any recoil, okay, which we all know it does. But let's run with that. Okay, so 22 doesn't have any recoil. So then your ability to align the front sight with the rear sight onto the target into a small area rather than a gross area, like my whole torso, into a small area, such as my right eye, my left eye, or the area of my mouth, the circumference of my mouth, shouldn't be a problem then, right? It should be easy. Go ahead and knock that out. Make it happen. Make it happen. And then what happens? They don't make it happen. And then that's where the excuses come in. Oh, I didn't have my breathing right. I pressed the trigger. I didn't have the digit. I had it here instead of down here, or vice versa. Nonsense, bullshit. But Bravo Sierra. No,
I mean, you got to call it what it is. It
22
is that.
exposes. 22, it teaches you and it exposes your weaknesses. It exposes your failure in following the fundamentals. And this is super easy to show and demonstrate to anybody, anywhere, and repeat and validate. 22 for the win. If you can shoot 22 well, you can shoot anything well.
Sounds like I need to invest in a 22 then, and actually that would save a lot more money versus a
gang of money.
Yeah.
And you happen to, another thing, dumb luck, you happen to have met someone that, I don't know, can get you squared away with ammo at outstanding prices.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because that was going to be my next segue. Seems like the warm up conversation is going pretty well, but if you two gentlemen are ready to introduce yourself, let's go ahead and get started.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
All right.
So I'm Henry Pope, and I'm the founder and president of BioBullet Corporation. We're known as BioBullet.com online. We're also known as BioBullet Corp among pretty much all of the socials, X, Twitter/X, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, Rumble. We're everywhere. So everywhere except for Facebook, which has been a massive issue. We were on Facebook, and then it's just been, Facebook has been horrible. Meta Corporation has been horrible to try to do business with. And then not just specific to us, but to the two-way community broadly. But we're everywhere else other than Facebook. And and we're to our second year of business, and out here rocking and rolling. And I'm going to transition to Will from Range Therapist. He's our brand ambassador, and that's something new that we put together. Not an influencer at all. I didn't want to be. You can hire and pay somebody and put them on payroll to say nice things about you, and like, what is that? That's it's not real. It's plastic. And so our brand ambassador is a person that understands the motivations and the thoughts behind what we're doing at BioBullet, and agrees with our position. And I agree with what Will's doing with his business, which is outstanding as an instructor and a trainer. So that's my entree for Will, and there you go, bro. Pick it up.
Appreciate it. I appreciate
Run with it.
My name is Will. I'm owner of Range Therapist Firearms Training. I teach people in person and online, whether it's through live Zoom, dry fire sessions. I've even done live sessions where the student was at the range, and I've also done video breakdowns where I can analyze the video that you send to me, so you don't have to be in my area, which is Central Florida. So yeah, and I'm a competition shooter. Well, I shoot competitions, I should say. My mindset is a little bit different. Outside of that, I can be found on everything. It's pretty much Range Therapist, rangetherapist.com. I'm at range.therapist on Instagram, on TikTok, Range Therapist on YouTube, and Range Therapist on Facebook.
Well, I know, Henry, this is our first time talking. And Will, it's nice to finally meet you face to face, man. You kind of remind me of somebody I talked to a long time ago. I think he used to go by I Run and I Gun, I believe, and he had some locks.
That guy's crazy.
Yeah, I know, he's good. I mean, I don't know who's the better one of you two, but
I'm the better. I'm definitely the better one. Don't trust that guy. Don't trust that guy at all.
Well, it's an honor to have you back, brother. I mean,
I appreciate
I know we've tried to have I've been trying to orchestrate a sit down with you and Jamarcus and oh God, there's another guy. Seeing as how all three of you did competition, and I was going to pick y'all's brains, but trying to line up schedules is hard. And now that Henry also does competition shooting too. I mean, I think it would be kind of cool to have like a quad panel, if you will, of competition shooters talking about different backgrounds and what they had to go through, so on and so forth. But that can come later on.
Yeah,
we can definitely do that.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. That'd be totally up for doing another interview with you, another podcast. That would be fun.
Yeah, and all my guests are always welcome back. It's not like a one and done. Like, all right, cool. We talked about Buy a Bullet. See y'all later. Good luck. You know, it's not, never like that. Never like that. So always welcome back. Except for that run and gun guy. I don't know about him.
Yeah. Notice how you haven't seen that guy in a while, man. He may or may not be tied up in my closet. I don't know.
He had good hat selection, but I mean, you know, may he rest in peace. Well, I'll go ahead and kick us off with the first question then. What inspired the creation of Buy a Bullet, and how did the name come about?
Oh, that's a great question. So I'll answer that in reverse order. This was originally a project, and it's been a long horizon activity. And the project name was called something else, and I won't say what it is because we have that copyrighted, and I hold the domain for it, etc. But I just don't feel like dealing with people trying to jump on it, and you know, the world is what it is. But it was called something else, just as a working project name. For my background, my professional background, project management and doing projects has been just an ongoing core of experience. So we always assign a name to a working project name. And so the Buy a Bullet came along because we had several different semi-realized terms to use that one would fit to a web search well, something that was not taken already, and something that a person could type in and it would be within a certain amount of characters that is effectively easy. And then two, something that average Americans could remember. And so things like Google, that worked out because at that time frame, URLs and domains were still new. So remembering Google wasn't hard because you didn't have that many domains to remember in the first place. That was new. So for our industry, there are so many businesses, companies, providers, and common URLs that people are having to remember. We wanted something that would stick in the mind and just be easy. If you told them, they would get it. And then the third item was something that visually in text, such as looking at it right now on screen where it says Henry Pope at buyabullet.com. Something that visually in text was appealing, that would draw the eye to it. And which I like to my past, I no longer do instruction now because I'm focused on Buy a Bullet. But when I was working with students, I would tell them to keep it simple and this is toward whether you're shooting toward a human being, a threat, or if it's hunting, look to the thing that draws your eye the most. And from there, scale up or scale down. And so in the case of Buy a Bullet, looking at that on text, and I did various experiments where we wrote it out, typed it up on screen, and etc. And along with other variables, we wanted something that strongly drew the eye, and we ended at Buy a Bullet. And now the answer to why the company was developed, it goes back to 2 points. In 2019, my son then was in 9th grade and going into 10th. And we had dinner one night, and I was talking to him about what his dad does for work. And he didn't have any understanding or comprehension of what exactly I did for work and the development of my business, et cetera. And that's been in place for decades and is well known. And I've got a lot of accolades in that space, et cetera. It's in federal government. And so I was like, it would be fun to think of an idea, think of a thing, and that the two of us could work on, and to create a company, create a business. And then he would get an understanding of what it's like to be a business person, right? And he was like, yeah, I'm game for that. And then along with that, so that's one avenue. But then another avenue is that I was looking for a new challenge. And so it was the two came together at once. And I went through an inventory, and I do this. It's a real thing I do. I went through an inventory, or what are the things that I know? What are the things that I'm expert at? Because I know a lot of things, but I'm not expert in them. And then what are the things of that I actually enjoy and like? So there's a lot that I know. There's a lot of things that I'm expert at, but I don't necessarily enjoy them. I've just picked them up because of work. And the two-way industry, I absolutely enjoy. I know it well. I'm expert at it. I like it a lot. And providing knowledge and education to people has been a strong draw for me. And to provide service. All of my businesses to the past have been service-based, and this too. So that's the story.
Very interesting. Wow. Especially I like how you utilize the SEO of the name itself. Because like you said, sometimes when people go in and if they type in the letters BUY, 10,000 options come up, and then on top of that, you have to fight out the paid options, the people that pay to have their name put up first for anybody else on the first page. So
yeah,
that was a really good idea, and it's a very simple name that speaks volumes. So
yeah.
I like it. Definitely like it. So your mission focuses on use case and best value. Can you break that down, and how should customers be thinking when choosing ammo or gear?
Yes. So again, to my background, and I'm a specialist in procurement in the federal space, and for procurement is a fancy word for purchasing and acquiring things or services, people. And as it goes to procurement, and this applies in the commercial sector as well. So not just government, not just federal or state or US. It applies to international governments and international corporations as well. When doing the decision making toward the acquisition of a product or service, and Viability provides both. We are both a product provider and we are a service provider. So in the acquisition of a product or service, you normally go through a checklist of value positions. And so it's not just on, who has the lowest price of a thing? Because if that were true, then we'd all have been riding Huffy bicycles when we were kids, right? Huffy and Murray, the cheapest bikes around.
Right.
And I picked that on purpose because that's something all of us can identify with, right? Huffy and Murray, whether you're a girl or a boy, Huffy and Murray bicycles, straight out of Walmart, or in my era from the bike shop, and they were always the joints in the back. They were never in the front, at the front window. It's just facts, bro.
Give me flashbacks. I think my first bike was I think it was a Huffy, and I'll never forget, it was like black with the little thunderbolts and everything on it, just super detailed graphic design thunderbolts on the front of the bike. And yeah, now I'm having a flashback to when my training wheels came off, and I just straight shot going on the sidewalk, and I wasn't used to stopping yet without the training wheels. So my dad's watching me, and I'm just getting it all the way towards the ditch. This is like one of those sewer ditches too. So, you got a little aluminum, metal. Yeah, it was going to be bad, but thankfully my dad outran the bike and he stopped me.
Dad's for the win. Dad's for the win.
Oh, bad memories. Anyway.
So yeah, you can make a procurement decision on lowest cost or cheapest cost, but you get what you get what you pay for. Every adult, anybody that's made it past 16, 17 years old, they know this by now. That too is just a fact of life. You know it by now. Focus on the cheapest cost. So, okay, it costs the least, but is it going to actually do what I need? Is it going to allow me to perform in the case of ammunition? Is it going to allow me to perform at a level that I have even a basic expectation for. And is this product, this cheapest, is this product even safe to use? And so again, going to the Huffies and the Murrays, that was pretty much the lowest of the cheap. And then you could go below that. And then those are the frame breakers, which we used to call them when I was a kid. So you do one jump and your frame is broke, you're done.
Mhm.
Or your rim for taco, they just bend over, or your fork, because in my era, we didn't have straight forks. We had a bend. It was like a banana. And so you do a jump and you land and the whole thing would just collapse. So, your people knew, your people didn't know that they bought you this for Christmas or whatever, but you bring it out on the streets and you try to do some jumps with the kids, and you were just done for. You might as well just go home, and it's horrible. So
Ride it slow.
what we do in government and what's done in commercial space is to look for best value, application, and use case. Best value, application, and use case. So first, you figure out why am I buying a thing or service at all? What do I need it for? Application. So as it goes to ammunition, am I a new shooter? Okay. Or am I an experienced shooter? Okay. And what am I shooting? Why am I actually pulling the trigger at all? Am I shooting at paper targets, wad cutters? Am I shooting at steel, frangible? Am I shooting am I hunting black bear, shotgun, slug, or sabo? Or am I hunting deer, buck, or rifle? What is my application? Then from there, use case. So again, is it a thin-skinned animal? Deer, eastern deer. Is it a thick-skinned or heavy-bodied animal? Moose, elk. Am I shooting at black bear that has normally a lot of body fat, especially in the winter, a lot of body fat that I had to get kinetic energy through? And am I shooting at steel? And if I'm shooting at steel, am I shooting oh man, what's the name of help me. What's the name of the USPSA Steel Challenge? USPSA Steel Challenge. So Steel Challenge has some of the steel targets that are relatively close. They're about 10 yards, 15 yards, and there are others that are further out. And so am I shooting at targets that are close enough that for frangible, and IDPA used to use steel, but not so much anymore. Am I shooting at targets that are close enough that I could get backsplash, that I could get spray? And I was just explaining this to someone last week in a call. If I'm shooting at a target, again on use case, if I'm shooting at a target that's distant 30 yards, even 50 yards out, and I need to just hear the ring or see the splash, then I might want to use a lighter projectile. So 115 grain, for example, with a 9mm, or 124 grain. But if I need to knock down the target, or I need a strong aggressive ring, then I might want to choose 147 grain. And the reason for that is because of just the simple math of physics. Heavier things hit things at the same velocity. Heavier things hit things harder. Again, going back to childhood, we all know that. Throw a baseball at a thing, the same kid throw a baseball at a thing, and that's going to result in like a glass or a wall. It's going to result in an impact. But you throw a tennis ball, the same kid throws a tennis ball. Yeah, he can wing it faster, but it's a lot less. Or to use football, Nerf football versus a Pop Warner Pee Wee League football versus a regulation football. We all have done. These are things we've all experienced. They're facts. It's facts. So application and then use case, and then after that, best value. So now, if you understand your application, why are you even out here? What's the purpose, use case? Then you look at what the market offerings are. And the market offerings aren't just, let me just buy the least costly, let me buy the Huffy because it's literally a bike that has pedals. And when I pedal it, it moves. Okay. If that's your market, for you as a consumer, if that's your view of things, fine, knock yourself out, especially if you're only going to ride the bike once or twice a year and you're never going to do jumps. Okay. But if you are and you don't have to be Lance Armstrong, you don't have to be like a never user and then the extreme user, right? There is a large amount of middle. And so if you're going to actually want to enjoy cycling, and I pick cycling because I'm a cyclist, I love cycling. If you actually want to enjoy the outing, and whether it be cycling or shooting, and if you actually want to develop some skill sets and capabilities and progressively grow, then the smart way to view procurement or purchasing as a civilian is to look for best value and to understand what the market broadly offers. And so that's where Buy a Bullet, that's why I created Buy a Bullet as an idea, because as an instructor, I was annoyed with having to go to Walmart, Cabela's, all the big box stores. Everybody knows them. Academy, for those that live in the southern states, they don't have them in New England. That's a southern state thing. And the online retailers, and just the standard American stuff. Winchester white box, Remington green box, aka UMC, which stands for Union Metal Carbide. It's their old company that was a manufacturer of primers before Remington acquired them. Hornady and Winchester, right? But the world is large. America offers a lot of products. Corbin, for example, I'm a huge fan of. Barnes, I'm also a fan of. And then there's the larger globe. And so Buy a Bullet, what I decided to do was not standardize on the standards. Instead, standardize on options and availability that fits within this range, the wide range, not just this sector, the whole thing. So we don't carry garbage ammo, and we don't carry and garbage ammo, I mean like stuff that was like some company last year, we make ammo LLC. It's unproven, And I use that as an analogy, not an actual.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
There's a lot. So after the pandemic in 2021 and forward, there are a lot of companies that popped up out of nowhere with these goofy, interesting names. I'll put it that way. Interesting company names of we make ammo or ammo plus and et cetera, et cetera. And they're outfits that have people producing ammo in some rented space or backyards and basements. And, if there are specialty ammunition manufacturers out there, there's a lot of them in the US, but they have a background, and they're known entities, and they've got 10, 15 years of production. But folks that have no background, we just don't carry them. So they got to level up. But our product catalog is the largest ammunition product catalog in the US. It's right now 129 manufacturers from 28 countries, including the United States, of course. That question I get asked a lot. Oh, but do you have US and like federal? I'm like, yes, of course we have federal. Don't worry. We got Hornady. You got it.
That's good to hear, because I know, I don't know, it was weird, but I have a love for Canics, and Canik is a Turkish firearm.
Yep, I'm aware. Yep.
Ironically enough, most of the ammo that I've come across has been Turkish ammo. Recently, I was using, I think it was, is it BPMS? I think it is.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know why. I love it. I love the presentation of the box. Love how the ammo works. Love how it cycles through the firearm. Never had any issues or stovepipes before.
Yep.
Versus, and try not to say any names here, but I've had, it was gimmick ammo. I just put it like that.
Yeah.
And everything stovepiped. It was made of brass, but for the most part, I think it was probably cheap brass or something. I don't know. It didn't matter what magazine I put it in. It didn't matter what firearm I fired it from. Everything was stovepiping.
So that can happen very commonly. Can happen stovepiping due to cases being out of specification. And consumers of ammunition, I'm going to speak broadly. Of course, I can't speak for every consumer, but I'm going to speak broadly. It just by like ammo's ammo. That's the thought. That's the presumption. Ammo's ammo. And it says 9mm on the box. It says 380 on the box. It says 22 on the box. So ammo's ammo. Factually, ammo is not ammo.
Right.
And I'm using another analogy, car tires. We're all adults. Everybody has driven a car or ridden in a car. And almost everybody that owns a car has bought tires at one time or another. And we all know that those cheap tires, the ones that are like $59.99, $49.97. Yeah, okay. Per tire. Okay, it's a tire. But what happens when you need to drive in the rain and it's only like a quarter inch of rain?
Yeah.
We have all experienced that as the driver or as the rider, as the passenger. What happens then? And then what happens when it snows? Just a little bit of snow, half inch of snow. Where the hell you get these tires from? I got them from around the cut, from over there at the tire shack. How much you pay for these tires? How much you pay for these tires? Well, I got a deal on it. It was like $200 for the whole set.
Yeah, they got a 12-piece of chicken because the chicken shack was next door to it.
Yep. You get what you got. You get what you got. You made the choice.
This is true.
So the application was car tires. The use case was to drive only in like you live in Arizona or somewhere, where there's never any snow, there's never any rain, it's always hot, right? And the roads are always dry. If that's your use case, God bless. They'll go with God and buy those cheap tires. But if you live in 90% of the United States where we get precipitation, might have been a mistake.
Right.
But you're going to learn, eventually. So the same thing with ammo. And so it's not just internally we have a term called click bang. We don't support click bang ammo. Just you put it in the gun, you pull the trigger, hammer goes click, gun goes bang, and oh yeah, there it is. Because you end up with all these kind of results. It's shotgun pattern results out of a person that otherwise could functionally align the sights at the target and has a firearm that's halfway decent. That's anything better than a Lorson.
So on the topic of ammo that you trust, right? There are some, and I'm gonna say this without saying any names, but there are some people out there that prefer steel ammunition. I don't know why. Maybe like if they're using 7.62, they like the authentic Russian feel or whatever. When it comes to handguns, I don't know. I do own steel ammunition, but that's it. I will not fire it. For me, it's kind of like oh look, I do have steel 5.56, but yeah, it's not getting fired. It's more of a God forbid if I have to use it, it's there type deal. Do you have a firm stance against offering steel case ammunition? And if you do, why do you feel it's important not to list it, even if it is a potential sale?
Roger that. So I want to clarify on your question, just so that for listeners and watchers, viewers, that they can understand, there is, in the world of handgun, steel refers to the casing. So there's steel casing ammunition. In the world of rifle, there can either be steel casing, but very commonly is also steel projectile. But this projectile is not entirely steel. It is referred to as bimetal in industry. That's a real term. So it is a projectile that has a jacket over it. So it may be steel core with a lead jacket, or it may be steel core gilded with copper. Gilded meaning if you took the projectile and you effectively electrolysis, you dip it in a solution, apply electrolysis, and then over it comes a thin layer of another material, another metal, which is commonly done with 22. 22 LR is almost always gilded metal. So back to the question, I wanted to make sure that we delineate both, and I'm going to address all possibilities. So as it goes to steel cased ammunition, commonly people select that because it is the lowest price, cent per round, cheapest option that they can find of click bang ammo. And And that's okay. If you're just, and your intent is just to shoot, something I commonly say, if you're just shooting at produce on a table and you're just producing YouTube videos for entertainment and giggles, like we've all seen this, watermelons and Pringles cans and lettuce. They're just goofy, like just stuff,
Like 2A Gallagher.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be of an age to know about who Gallagher is. Absolutely. Absolutely. 2A Gallagher. I'm stealing it. Call a cop. It's stole. 2A Gallagher. If that's your thing, okay. This is still America. We're all entitled to have our own enjoyment as long as nobody's getting hurt, right?
Right.
But if your sincere interest is actually to again develop skill sets and to get better, then ammunition is a critical and central component of the overall package toward performance. Firearm, the hand, and the projectile that comes out of the firearm. So the problem with steel case ammo and handgun is that steel is a non-malleable product. It is a non-malleable metal. Malleable meaning it doesn't bend, it doesn't give, it doesn't yield under pressure. Brass does. There's a whole reason, a large reason, why the industry adopted brass over 120 years ago for both rifle, handgun, and it was used for shotgun for ages until the 70s when we moved to polymer. And so the brass is malleable. It is a soft metal, and along with aluminum. So aluminum has been another one of the aluminum cases. It's another one that was adopted in the late 90s, early 00s for ammunition to keep pricing down. But steel does not yield under pressure. So you've got a couple of issues that occur. When it's chambered, steel is hard on the extractor. Steel on steel results in friction, and that friction over time will wear down your extractor. And then when you fire the casing, the round, the casing does not expand. So let's say that this is the throat of the gun. So from your perspective over here, this is where the round goes in. Okay. And then the projectile comes out towards me. All right. For orientation purposes. The throat here in this area normally would be the base or in the primer, right, of the case. So at this end, on the opposite end, is where the projectile sits within the casing. So when it fires, when the striker or the hammer, firing pin strikes the primer, the casing that is normally this size becomes this size. It expands. All of us have seen that. Everyone has seen. If you fired a handgun or rifle that has a brass casing, you've seen this. You pick it up on the ground. It's expanded. That's why it has to be resized, and you have to go through all of that process when you go to reload brass ammo. And the purpose of that, the benefit of that, is that expansion seals the chamber. It's a no-brainer after that. If you understand that mechanics, it's a no-brainer. It seals the chamber, so all of that pressure, all that gas velocity is going forward out of the barrel, past the muzzle. It's behind the base of the projectile and pushing it forward. But if it's not sealed, vis-a-vis a steel case, then what occurs is you get some of that, a percentage of that, not 100%, but you get a percentage of that going forward. You get a percentage of it coming back as well into the action. So again, I'm holding the gun in this direction and your action's here. And that's why, and this isn't Henry Pope saying it, ask anybody that shot steel case ammo. What's their action look like before and after? It's filthy. It's filthy. And then also when the action is on a semi-automatic, when the action's opening and closing, what's their gun look like? It's like a person, a third party standing off to the side. Looks like a chimney. Well, why is that? It's because all of that GSR, gunshot residue, is coming back past because it didn't seal. And then that casing gets ejected. So the extractor, and again, it's steel on steel. Extractors are made out of steel, typically tool steel. Basically, it's a low grade or a softer grade of steel. So you've got that steel against another steel, and you get premature wear for no good reason. You don't notice it with each pass. You don't notice it individually, but you will notice it over time.
I don't know why, in a sense, the whole scenario is kind of reminding me of coal mining, because it's dirty. You're wearing away at something, and then by the time you get done, you have a lot of wear and tear, and on top of that, you have a lot to clean up.
A lot to clean up, and
yeah.
ultimately you're going to replace your gun parts. Mm-hmm. And then the worst part of it, the point of saving money, right? Mm-hmm. Is, I want to save money so that I can shoot more trigger time, so that I can improve my capability, right? So that I can shoot less because I actually have skill sets now. That's the mindset. Oh. But what happens, again, just using physics, and I'm going to use kid physics. What happens when a kid throws a softball and wings it, right? The ball generally goes to where they are looking and hits the target that they intended, the person with the mitt. But what happens when that same kid lobs it, right? Lobbing it versus winging it, it's less velocity. Well, that lob goes like this, and it may hit the target, it may not. And then what happens when that same kid who doesn't know, whose parent, father or mother, didn't teach them how to throw? We've all seen this as kid physics. That kid that has never thrown anything, or just doesn't know, it has no natural skill sets, no natural athleticism. And that kid comes along and he's like, like that. It goes anywhere and everywhere but where it's supposed to. Again, velocity. So going back to ammunition and steel case, if the velocity is less and it's inconsistent because the ceiling is not there, then what happens to the projectile that has left the gun? Unpredictable, and your grouping is 5 MOA and worse.
Wow.
And the person won't know that. So they'll be pulling triggers and chasing the tail of the dragon. They won't know this. So they're like, okay, my first shot was over here, but my second shot was down there. So now let me aim down here. So they aim there, but now it's over here. Oh, snap. So let me aim there. And next thing you know, it's a connect the dot puzzle. Again, kid physics. It's a connect the dot puzzle that we've all seen. It's just like, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if you had just bought proper ammunition, I won't say it's improper, but if you bought better ammunition to start with, then you will get much better performance, consistency, which leads to accuracy, which leads to reduced trigger time, because you're able to develop skill sets, the same skill sets you're seeking with the steel, able to develop those skill sets more quickly. So you spend less time on the range, wasting your time, which is less money on the ground, cents per round, for each one of those steel casings that are on the ground.
Right. And on top of that, you also save money with your range time as well, because depending on the type of range you go to, they may allow you to shoot all day. They may allow you to shoot only for a certain amount of hours, or
that's
they may
another fact.
Hours.
Yeah, especially that's a super fact with indoor ranges. So yeah, you're renting line space by the hour, or half hour, hour and a half. So again, now you got to come back. Your hour's done. You're getting kicked off. Now you got to come back and try again. Start from zero, by the way.
Yep.
So why do that to yourself when you can, instead of saving a penny per round, or even 3 cents per round? Oh my God, oh my gosh, it's a whole 3 cents more. Yeah, but you get what you pay for. And what are we talking about? If you bought 50 rounds and it's 3 cents more, I mean, come on. What are we talking about?
It makes sense. I mean,
yeah.
Will, do you have anything to add, man? Because I mean, watching you shoot, it's like you want to make sure that what's the old adage? Fast is slow, slow is smooth. But you don't want to be out there just trying to be fast and messing everything up. I mean, that's not the adage, but I think you kind of understand where I'm going. You don't just want to go out there and mag dump just for the sake of mag dumping, especially whenever you are spending one of the most valuable resources that anybody can have in this world, which is time. So,
Yeah.
well, what do you think, Will?
Yeah, well, as far as that goes, for me, it's practical accuracy more than precision. So I don't need all the rounds to impact the same spot because I typically don't shoot slow enough for that to happen. For that to be a realistic goal, if that makes sense. Now, if I'm shooting groups, absolutely, I want the clover leaf, right? But if I'm shooting the way I normally would do when I'm practicing, or if I'm shooting the way I would at a match, then I want all my rounds in a specific area, but not in the same spot, if that makes sense. That's not really my goal because
Yep.
there's an acceptable target area, just like in self-defense, there's an acceptable area. So for me, that's the biggest part, but he's right about consistency. Whereas if you have a round that's every third round is, the velocity is different or it comes out of the barrel different because of the way it did or didn't seal against the chamber and you're getting different pressures, then that can absolutely affect your score 100%.
And then I'm going to back up Will. So whether you're shooting for micrometer level precision, or you're shooting as action shooting in a sport, or you're shooting for defensive purposes, whether it's civilian or LE, your area of acceptable hits remains the same. So I'm going to use again my body because I'm looking at myself. So I'm going to use myself as an example. If I were needing to target an area, and take my glasses off, target an area that is literally my eye, which is this diameter, is about the size of an acorn, then whether I'm shooting fast or slow, my acceptable area, the area that I need to hit, is that. It remains that. So I have to have the ability to apply accuracy to precision within time to that space. Now, let's say that instead it's now the oval of my head. It's a larger surface area, frontal surface, because that's what I'm looking at, not the total area. It's a larger area, but I still, the requirements remain the same. I got to get around somewhere there within time, within some amount of time. Likewise for my torso, roughly 18 inches across. That's normal for American males, down to my waist, and whatever that rectangle comes out to be, typically about 16 inches. So again, you need to get hits somewhere within time. So as it goes to steel case ammo, and I'm going to move on to the steel projectile in a moment, but as it goes to steel case ammo and invariability or inconsistency as it goes to velocity, aka pressure, is pressure within the barrel, and its velocity of the projectile thereafter by way of the pressure from within the barrel. So the velocity of the projectile as it leaves the barrel. Regardless of what the target surface is, regardless of the time that's allowed, the one thing that is affected negatively is error, degree of error. You need to hit here, you can't hit anywhere else. So if you hit anywhere else, error. You need to hit here and not anywhere else. You hit anywhere else, error. You need to hit here, but you hit anywhere else, like you're in CVS or a grocery store. Example, the shooting that happened in New Hampshire. I'm sorry, let's pick Maine, at the bowling alley, right? So that dude goes into a bowling alley and murks a whole bunch of people. And if there had been a me or a Will or yourself that was armed in that moment at the bowling alley, which I do go to the bowling alley and I do go armed. You're at the bowling alley. If this is the target, or this is the target, or that's the target, your acceptable degree of error is 0, because that means everybody else that's behind, other innocent people that are minding their own doggone business. So you're out here carrying not you personally, but the person has chambered in their gun substandard ammo or low quality ammo or steel case ammo. It's made by a brand that is well known, but they're only producing it because of demand, because people keep asking for it. And they have a whole other string of options and of product offerings that are better. You choose that. Well, what happens when you fire that and your point of aim was here, or your point of aim was here, or your point of aim was here, but where's your point of impact?
I don't know why it's almost kind of it's reminding me of the whole thing where you're shooting 2.23 at a 5.56. We all know that you can't do the reversal. You do the reversal, it's not going to end well because of the pressures. However, if you shoot 2.23 out of 5.56, if I'm remembering correctly, it's possible to do it, but because the pressure isn't exactly the same as if you were shooting 5.56 out of 5.56, it's not going to be as accurate. And the other analogy I'm thinking of is if your rounds are doing this and you're not getting near where you need to hit them at, it borderline sounds like an acceptable squib load in a sense where it's like it fires, you don't have that poof, but you're not getting what you need all the way. It's just it shoots, it goes click pop. That's about it. So
I'm going
that's
to
what
use
I'm
a different.
taking from it.
I'm going to use a different analogy again, something that everyone, whether they're a shooter or not, can understand. Who's past like age 15.
Mhm.
Going back to cars, gasoline. Everybody has put gasoline in a car. Everybody has put gasoline in a lawnmower, right?
Mhm.
And many people have put gasoline in a chainsaw. Chainsaws are straight up utilitarian outside of for professional use. Commonly, people just buy a chainsaw, they throw it in the garage, and when they need it, they stroke it, it starts, they cut some stuff up, they put it away. Gasoline, they don't really care. They just whatever the cheapest gas I can find, right? If you can find 87, you just fill it up, you know. And every city, every town, everywhere that sells fuel has that one station, that one fuel station that is the questionable one, and we all know it, right? We all know it. We don't know exactly. It says 87 or 89 on the sticker on the pump, but we know from past experience, life experience, and talking to other folks that that's the joint that you don't really want to put that in your good car, right?
Right.
That's the thing that you put in the chainsaw, as well as for the kids' go-kart. If you grew like I did, if you grew up with a go-kart, right? Whether you made one or your pops was 8, your people were able to buy you one, the go-kart. Because again, it's just the kids stuff. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have to have performance. It doesn't matter if it makes all kinds of black smoke and it doesn't last but a year. It doesn't matter. But then we go to the lawnmower. And if we have the lawnmower, the push ones, no one generally cares about that either. But if you got the riding lawnmower, the garden tractor joint, that's basically the size of or the cost of like a small motorcycle, you spent $2,000 on. You want it to work. Exactly. You run it to run. So you don't go and buy that cheap. You don't buy that cheap fuel. You get the 87. You might get the 89. You might get the 91. And then same with the car. And for my era, I grew up with a Chevy Chevette. Super old school. You just put whatever, you could put as long as the car turned on, it ran. You didn't really care, right? But go to grandpa's car, the old 88 Brougham, and try to do that. No, you know better, right? Life experience. No, you put the good fuel in there. Same thing applies here. So if your application is just low level, and you're just having fun shooting at produce on a table, shooting into the woods at random stuff, okay, enjoy. This is America. But if you have any other interest in developing real skill sets, being able to shoot, whether it's fast or slow, whether it's a large target or small target, if you have interest in developing a capability, practical shooting, I strongly back what Will said, practical shooting, functional shooting. Why in the heck would you handicap yourself? Why would you think to do that? Outside of just product ignorance. And that's common in our space, product ignorance.
Yeah, and it seems like you said, you're not just selling click pop ammunition. Your whole brand seems like it's quality ammunition, providing a lifetime, almost in a sense like a silent lifetime guarantee that you do not want to damage, or you want to prevent as much damage as possible on your customers' firearms. And there's also the education aspect as well, which is something that you don't really see from other your competition, if you will, that will let you put in a certain type of ammunition, be it a caliber, name, whatever. It's like, hey, I want 9mm. Okay, cool. So we've got this steel, we've got this remanufactured. We're going to show you these first because these are the cheapest ammunitions that you could buy. That being said, we are actually dealing with the post-pandemic market, and shooters do need to shift from survival mode, i.e., perfect example, during the pandemic, they're like, if you don't have the caliber, just buy the ammunition anyway.
Yeah, that was mistakes made too.
Oh, that was ridiculous. But how would you recommend getting shooters to shift from that survival mode mindset to more value-based investing in ammunition and education as well?
Well, one thing I want to mention or just touch on that you said that lifetime guarantee. We offer Bible is not able to offer a guarantee on anything. That comes down to the manufacturer of their own ammunition, because we don't make the ammo, of course. We just retail it. But what we do is, again, we just don't carry that the ammunition that has suspicious quality. There are many different standards, by the way, of ammunition production. Most people are familiar with SAAMI standards, SAAMI. And then most people are familiar with the generalized term of mil-spec. Yeah, exactly.
Good enough.
Exactly. Exactly. If you know, you know. But if you don't know, you don't know. You know. But there's a lot more. There's a lot more as it goes to this industry for ammunition. So what we've done is we've curated the choices that are respected and respectable. And then from there, as it goes to helping the customer and us being different than other retailers, Buy a Bullet was designed to supplement / replace local gun shops. Supplement, because rather than for a gun shop at your local gun shops, rather than having your floor space, retail space is really expensive. Anybody that has been involved or is familiar with retail space on square footage, cost per square foot, it's very expensive. It's valuable. So having shelving upon shelving upon shelving of ammunition sitting, just waiting for someone to randomly possibly come in and buy one box or three, that is taking away potential profit value from your local gun shop. A better model. Oh, and also there's the carrying cost for that. So that shelving that's there, what's on the shelf is ammunition that was bought prospectively, is financed for purchase, and there is an interest rate applied to that, not just monthly, but daily. And that's all the total or part of the total carrying costs for that acquisition, that procurement. So for a local gun shop to instead refer their potential customers to a Buy a Bullet for ammunition, which we are dedicated to, we don't sell firearms, we don't sell all the other things, then the local gun shop can sell the firearms and the other things, optics, clothing. It's turkey season now. You should already be squared away, but if you aren't, you should be looking at decoys, which have a large attraction and demand. You should be looking at absolutely, clothing and etc. So all that stuff sells better sitting in those same shelves in that same footprint, floor space, and you can rotate it. So you can roll it when turkey season, spring turkey season transitions into fall deer, or depending on where you are, your region, waterfowl hunting. It's space that has greater value rather than just be stuck there sitting with ammo that you bought 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and has dust on it. We've all been in local gun shops where you pick up the box and it literally is dusty, right? And people, the consumer, don't know any better, but ammunition does degrade over time, as well as due to exposure to elements, heat cycles, heat and cold cycles. So having fresher ammo versus not fresh ammo is better.
Mm-hmm.
And then as it goes to the online retailer, and again to the consumer, our focus is on education, along with, of course, the consumable, the actual product. So we have the forum where Will is at, which is called Bullet Points. And within that, Will has a space called Range Therapist. And then we have the resources area. And so it's about providing the consumer. I'm going to borrow from that really cheesy commercial from the 80s, Men's Warehouse. You know what I'm going to say. An educated consumer is our best customer. But it's facts. Again, it's facts.
This is true.
It's facts, and a consumer that knows and understands or will listen and spend the time to gain some knowledge is far better than those that don't. And so I'm going to transition to Will so I don't steal all the time. But for Will, it's the same thing. If you have a person that shows up asking for instruction, right? They want instruction, but they refuse to listen. They refuse to be instructable.
Mm-hmm.
They refuse to level up, to gain them, to improve in their educational knowledge, their basis of understanding of things. It's a horrible customer. It's hard to work with.
Mm-hmm. I'll be honest with you. I have a ammunition subscription right now, and honestly, after this interview / conversation, if you will, I'm considering canceling it because, number one, I don't think I'm getting the value for what I'm subscribing to, if you will. I mean, it's random brands of ammunition, which, don't get me wrong, some of them I've used before, no issue, like a PMC, or ammo.com. I've used those before, but it's not always guaranteed to be those brands. Versus, like, if I go to buy a bullet and I know for a fact that the ammunition quality that is being sold from that website is a lot better, and there's the education behind it. Honestly, I would much rather spend my $100 per bi-weekly or monthly or whatever on something like that versus, like, hey, we got this random grab bag of potentially good ammo, potentially ammo that may not be good, and hey, it may click and go bang.
Yeah.
So this has been really enlightening. I definitely thank y'all. Thank you for that.
And the other thing I want to mention to that, this has been a common question that we've been asked from our general liability insurance underwriter, from the bank. So those that on the commercial side, on the back end.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a question that's been asked on the front end by potential customers and potential consumers. Are you a subscription model? Are you a membership model, in the sense that, do I have to have a minimum that I have to buy per week, per month, per anything? And the answer is no, not at all. We're not here to duplicate the K-Tel Records model. And we're not here to push onto you. And this is it's a common thing in a lot of industries now, but we're not here to push onto you mandatory purchasing of whatever the cheapest, whatever we can find in volume that gives us the greatest profit value, that then we can say, okay, well, there we go. You bought it for $100. That's your value. No. If you choose to spend $100 with us, and if you choose to reach out, contact us at buybullet.com. It's that simple. Or just go to the website, the first page, the lead page at the bottom. It's contact us area. Just ask, hey, what's your application? What's your use case? And what's your budget? What are you looking to do that's realistic? Who can help you take that $100 for that 1 month and improve your actual performance. And then if you don't choose to come back in the second month, but you come back in the third month, because we didn't require you to spend $100 every month, you actually end up spending less money while getting better quality ammunition, and we're helping you become more knowledgeable. So therefore you're more capable as a pro 2A enthusiast and promoter to other people. That way everybody wins, and there's nobody being sad faced or even straight faced. Everybody wins.
You don't walk around looking like a walking emoji, at least
right. Yeah. So, I mean, think about that though. So if you spend less money getting better quality ammo, you're inclined to shoot better. So if you shoot better, then you're inclined to shoot more. So then, yes, you will end up spending more money. So you spend a couple of more of those $100, right? But now you're not just shooting at produce on a table or shooting into the woods. Now you decided, hey, let me try getting a class with Will. So Will has a day class, and let's say you require 400 rounds. So yeah, now it's $200 you dropped on ammo, whereas last month you spent 100. But then you, after taking the class with Will, you've got better skill sets and capability, practical functional shooting. So then you're like, hey, hell, now I'm actually good. So let me try IDPA or IPSC or USPSA or ICOR, or there's a whole wide world of shooting. So let me try doing competition. Now you're spending $300 or $400 instead of that original $100, right? But now you're developing even more interest and greater skill set and better capability, and you're having a good time, and you're spreading the knowledge to others. So now other people and family and friends, hey, Everett, where are you going on Saturday? Oh, I have an event. I'm going to pick a random place. I'm going to Colorado. I'm going to shoot in a regional instead of a local match. Oh, what's that about? Well, let me show you my videos, right? And those videos, instead of just you being like you're shooting and there's never any target displayed. How many times have we seen that? No target, right? Dun, 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 dun. And then the clip just ends. Well,
I hate that.
What were you doing? What happened? What are you doing? Where's the target? Instead of that, now you can show a legit target, and the whole target is the size of your cell phone. And the person's like, oh, snap, you did all that? This size, right? Now that person's interested. And you bring that person to Will. You say, oh, where'd you learn how to shoot like that? Oh, this guy, rangetherapist.com. Now Will's doing good. And then you at rangetherapist.com, he says, oh, so they went and borrowed a gun from Will, and now they want to buy a gun. And then they come back to you and they say, well, I see this, how you shoot, where you get your ammo from. And they're going to automatically think, what's the lowest cost, cheapest cost? But you're going to say, well, you can do that. But I tell you what, if you actually want to level up beyond just straight up beginner, Huffy Murray, then you should be talking to Henry or contacting his squad, and they're going to ask you some questions. What's your application? What's your use case? What's your budget? And they're going to get you squared away with ammunition that you happen to use, Everett, that has greater consistency, and you can train for less time to get greater capability. Now that's another customer for us, for Will, and that's a person that travels with you. So now you're not going to Colorado by yourself. Now you got a whole squad. This is simple and basic, and it applies to so many other industries. The 2A industry is no different.
Definitely gonna need a bigger vehicle. My little Nissan Juke ain't gonna make it to Colorado like that. Hey, don't laugh. It does the job, okay? It's a ladder vehicle.
That's why they have airlines and Amtrak, and people can figure out a way. They'll get there. Or you debo it. You go clip the neighborhood Huffy. You clip the neighborhood Huffy and you just get it,
I'm starting to think you and Huffy have this thing going on, because did one of your grandkids get a Huffy or something? Because I mean, did it break? I mean, what happened?
The last Huffy I had was nice, man. It was chrome, and instead of the frame being circular, it was oval, almost like egg shaped, because it tapered, and then it was geared really high. So my bike was literally faster than everybody else's. They would get mad when we would play games because nobody could keep up. Because it was kind of like they were in first gear on a 10 speed, and I was in third.
Yeah.
So in the beginning, I couldn't get out of the hole and accelerate with them. But once I got going, the bike was just too fast for everybody else. So they would get mad.
Yeah. Yeah.
You still have the Huffy? No, I'm kidding.
Nah, man. I broke it.
Told you not to make that jump. So between the two of you, which there's a lot of personality on this call. I mean, I can easily see that from jump. It seems like there's been there's a lot of potential to build communities around firearms. So this question is for both of you, rather. What have been the biggest wins or challenges in the roles that you've taken up for BuyABullet.com, or BuyABullet, excuse me?
Well, I'm going to respectfully, I'm going to let Will answer it first, only because I've talked too much.
No such thing.
So I'm going to let Will go first, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
To me, in firearms, just in general, it's been my experience is the biggest challenge has been opening people's eyes to what they don't know. It's kind of, you don't know what you don't know.
Mm.
And because of that, a lot of times you think you don't need to learn. It doesn't even have to be paid training. A lot of times people don't understand that there's a lot that they should definitely learn about firearms safety, about firearms usage, or whatever it is. And they have this idea that just because they have a gun, suddenly they are ready to, because most people, I don't know what the numbers are, but I would think most people buy guns initially for self-defense, some type of self-defense reason, right? Of course, there's sport and hunting and just blanking. But a lot of the people that have guns just for self-defense feel as though because they bought a gun and they bought 1 box, 2 box, 10 boxes of ammo, or because their cousin, in the country, they grew up shooting off their grandfather's fence, cans off the fence, they feel as though they are somehow, quote unquote, ready, capable, and proficient with the firearm, and just trying to help those people understand that maybe you are, but most likely you're not, right?
Yeah.
And that includes just because you had some type of law enforcement or military background does not absolutely mean that, that you can shoot. I'm not saying you can't because you've done those things, but that's not a good test of actual skill. So just kind of opening people's eyes to, hey, okay, you're doing pretty well, but there's another level to this that you might want to try to reach if, in fact, you're talking about playing for keeps, which is self-defense, which I would think that's the ultimate competition where it's my life versus the bad guy's life, or someone I'm trying to protect, their life versus the bad guy's life, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it sounds like your biggest enemy in this sense is overcoming the a customer or a person's Dunning-Kruger effect, where, like you said, they have a firearm, they got 2, 3, 4,000 rounds, however many boxes of ammunition, and they're like, okay, I've watched at least all 4 John Wick movies, I'm good to go.
Yep. Pretty much.
It's true.
It's super true.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's super true.
Fortunately, yeah. Which is why when you see videos online, you'll see a mag dump something else, but you hardly ever will see a target. They know what they're doing. That video cuts off at the right moment before that target can be seen.
And that's always been one of my pet peeves, because it's like, okay, fine. I'm seeing somebody shoot a 50 BMG. Okay, cool. Where's the target? And I will give this much to some of the gun tubers that I've watched. I mean, they will have like the target set up long distance, and they'll shoot it with a long distance rifle or whatever, and they'll have a GoPro set up to where you can see that they actually hit the target. Kudos to that. But if I'm just watching somebody Superman a 50 BMG and shoot it while standing up, okay, great. You can shoot a 50 BMG while standing up.
I know the video you're talking about too.
I do too. I do too. Yep, I do too.
Look, if I see that, I'm not going to be afraid. I'll just step to the side. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's still America. Thank goodness. It's still America. People can do whatever they choose to do with whatever tools that they wish to handle, as long as nobody's getting hurt. But with that said, as a preface, yeah, Like, what are we doing? Is that what we're doing now? Is that what, why? And then be like, well, okay, but I want the lowest cents per round. It's just, you're just throwing ammo. It's like, it should be 0 cents per round because you did 0. You're doing nothing. You know, anything greater than 0, it was a waste. And so,
Yeah, especially for 50 BMG, you just shot a whole tank of gas into nothing.
bro, yeah. So one of our investors has a 50 BMG. He has a Barrett, and
Nice.
the cost per round, the
Yes.
the dollar price per round for a single round, that's like a Subway sandwich. It's expensive. It's
Yeah.
expensive. And so, you know, it is what it is. And people handle firearms for entertainment broadly. And again, it's still America. We're still Americans. We can do what we want as long as nobody's getting hurt. And so, if you want to throw Subway sandwiches down range, okay, you know, but that means nothing. That does not mean that you have any kind of capability whatsoever, other than just to hold a gun and not fall on your butt, you know,
Yeah.
and to pull a trigger. Anybody can do this, you know, 3-year-olds, 2-year-olds do this. That's it. That's all that's happening.
Yeah. I mean,
To answer your
the
question, what's the
Mhm.
most difficult thing has been on our side has been market penetration, specifically marketing. And so we offer, Buy a Bullet, we've been here for 2 years. We offer an outstanding product in the sense of pricing, value, providing value as a value proposition on our ammunition. Our pricing is commonly far below MSRP pricing. And it's stated right there at the site. So we do the math for persons. They don't have to do the mathematics. We have pricing that's right now. We have Barnes. I'm picking on Barnes. I like Barnes. We're picking on them. We have Barnes Defense 12 gauge that right now I believe it's 59% off MSRP. 59%. It was 63% at one time. 59%. Now, why is it discounted that much? It's because it's right now on clearance. So we've got Buy a Bullet has created a network of multiple distributors and importers, ammunition importers, and it is on clearance. So we pass on that value directly to our customers. But for getting that information out to the public has been difficult, has been very difficult. And the reason for that difficulty has been bias by anti 2A and anti civil right and anti American freedom individuals who also either are employees of or owners of businesses. And for example, I'm going to pick on Facebook, which is owned by Meta Corporation. I'm also going to pick on Alphabet, which is the owner of YouTube. And prior to Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, which had been quasi created by Jack Dorsey, Twitter was also anti 2A. And so the problem has been you can offer a great service and really good product value, but if nobody is aware that you exist, that you're there, that's difficult. And so we've run into all kinds of issues, starting from just getting it was 5 months to get general liability insurance. 5 months
Wow.
to get corporate business insurance that anyone in business, like if you're not outside of being a lemonade stand or a pop stand and selling Gatorade that you picked up from Costco and you're reselling it for $1 more, outside of that, if you don't have business insurance, are you really operating properly as a business? And so, in our case, it was absolutely mandatory. It was not an option to operate without GLI. But getting that was hard. So that was time that we weren't on the market at all because we couldn't get someone to underwrite a 2-way business, which was not just specific to Buy a Bullet, but is specific to the market broadly. There is only a few underwriters that will do insurance for us. And then after that, banking. So just as simple as finding a bank that would take our cash, our startup funds, literally, not even seeking a loan, just a bank to do a
Wow.
deposit for cash money, greenbacks, simoleons, dinero, to have a bank that would accept that. And that too is not something specific to Henry Pope or the Bible. That's actually been lots of folks in our industry have reported, to a degree that the state of Texas created a law statute for themselves. This goes back to 2019, I believe it was, or 2018, that anyone, any bank, any financial institution looking to do business with Texas state government must also do business with two-way firms and organizations, both in the commercial sector as well as in the civilian sector. Otherwise, they would be excluded from opportunities for state programs, state financing. And then another has been just simple marketing, email marketing, mail. We've done it all. Email marketing, postal mail, production of printing jobs, all of it. And then, of course, again, Facebook, and as you know, we're on Instagram and X post Elon Musk purchase. We were on Twitter before as Buy a Bullet Corp and got shut down. We didn't even last. I think it was 2 months, maybe 3. And then after Elon Musk bought Twitter, we then reapplied. We set up another account. It's Buy a Bullet _Corp. So if you go look at Buy a Bullet Corp, it's me. I own it, but it's dead. We can't do anything with it. It's been locked. But Buy a Bullet _Corp is live, which is also Buy a Bullet, and it's up to speed along with our IG account. It's been difficult. So I get it. Going back to the shooters of the 50 BMG, just the blasting and all that. I get why, and on YouTube and Instagram and X and everywhere else, I get why people are doing that, because to the algorithm, they get a lot of eyeballs. So where there's eyeballs, then they are allowed to stay and remain as long as they stay within some gates, within a barrier. But for Buy a Bullet, you won't ever see that. We won't be just blasting ammo for no darn reason. And that's not our look and feel. And I'm not disparaging others that choose to go that route, but that's not our look and feel. We're appealing toward the reasonable. We're appealing toward folks that are families. I'm a family man. We're appealing to families, to young people, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, as well as elders, 60, 70, 80 years old, who are maybe sport shooters. They may be hunters. They may just be plinkers. We're appealing to the 80% pie as opposed to that fringe.
I'm trying to go to the website right now for Buy a Bullet on my phone. One question that I do have is, other than SHOT Show, have you both tried any other events like GunCon, NRA, CanCon, anything like that?
I'll let Will go first.
Oh, that's easy. I have not. I haven't.
On my end, I have been to many events for my other business. So before starting Buy a Bullet, specific toward law enforcement and military, there are a lot of events and similarities to SHOT Show, NRA, et cetera. And I've been to many of them over the past 30 years of my career, focused toward arms, munitions, small arms, et cetera, acquisition and procurement. For Buy a Bullet, we have not attended one yet. The thing about that, though, is we have not, because the majority of those are oriented toward other retailers as opposed to consumers. So yes, consumers like individual Jimmy and Joe can apply to go and get access, and but the primary intent is to apply to other retailers, to market to other retailers. So it doesn't make a lot of logical sense. Into the future, we could go, and I say we, not just myself, but my marketing director and other folks in my team, we could go and produce content for that like for YouTube and etc. But then there's another component is time, and time has value. So the time away, and never mind the expense, hotel, flight, etc., but the time of being there rather than spending that time doing other things in other manner, as well as doing customer support, CS. At Buy a Bullet, we have a phone number. You just call it. So, and that's something I want to point on that. It's very common in our space for other retailers, online retailers of ammunition and sporting goods broadly, to have no means for you to communicate with anybody other than like a chat bot, right? Which is annoying as heck. Nobody likes that. But the reason that they exist is because they don't require personnel to be there and actually interfacing with anyone. Or they might have an email address, maybe, and it's info@wesellstuff.com, right? And good luck. You'll get a response maybe, in a week or 5. But at our end, it's a real person that interacts with you, and it's a whole real person. If you drop in at the site, contact us on the site, and it sends us a ping, so we all get it on our cell phones. We all get it, and so they get assigned, typically by me, to a given person, and then a real human being, responds, including me. And if you send an email, that goes to a pool. So it's contact us at buyaBullet.com. It goes to a pool, and then we respond, and we all can see the question. We can all see the response, and it comes back. And yeah. And so the time that we would be away to attend an event such as that's oriented toward the retail market or the dealer market in the first place, we can get greater value for our customers, our clients, by not attending.
Do you have like any branding, such as like hats or shirts, or I guess even pins, patches?
Great question. So we do have, there's one, every order that goes out the door has my business card. So on the front of it, it's my business card, states Henry Pope, etc. But on the back, we took an NRA B8 target, which is the copyright expired eons ago, which is why you can order them from many different companies now. We took an NRA B8 target rather, 25-yard pistol, that specific one, and scale reduced it to, in fact, that's why my business card is shaped the way it is. It's odd. It's 2.5 inches square. We took the B8 target, reduced it in all dimensions, and this was using math, because not only the outside, but the rings, as well as the size of the X. So on a B8 target, it's filled in black, and then there's a variant that will have a filled in light white against the black. On our card, it's a B. So that way you can look at it, but it's physically the same size as scale reduced, along with the rings, which are varying. So an NRA B8 target has thicker rings on the outside and then progressively thinner rings to the center. And so all of it is scale reduced down, and we give that away. And we challenge folks like, hey, take a shot at our card. And the card is designed so that the center, if you shoot out the center, it does not shoot out the information on the front side. So the name, the email address, phone number, everything was oriented. I didn't have to bring my wallet with me, but no, I can do better. Is it okay if I do a share of an image?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'm going to bring up my card, and it will show it shot out. So we give those out. We're working on stickers, and we are working on shirts, including for Will. Where the heck is that?
Yeah, definitely let me know when the shirts and the stickers come out. I will definitely place an order.
Outstanding. I'll remember that. And I'll remember it for real. I'm not just saying that.
Oh, I know. Let me see.
Here we go. I found it. Okay. I'm going to bring this up, and I'll do a share in screen. All right. And do share screen. Disabled. Oh, but I can email it to you. I can email it to you.
Let me one person sharing. All participants who can start sharing.
I'll make it easy. I'll just email it to you right now.
I was gonna say try and do it now because I gave you the option
Okay.
share.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Share screen. Oh, there we go. All right. Window and buy a bullet. Boom. There you go.
Let me double click.
On my end, it's saying it is shared. It
There we
says
go. I see. Oh wow, that's cool.
So, as I was saying, the rings are different size. They gradiate from large to smaller to smaller to smallest. This is straight from the NRA B8 target. Then the center ring, the 9, and then the B is normally the white or the X ring, as is the 10 ring, and the 9 would normally be black. So we just used our corporate colors rather than black. But as you shoot it from the back side, the front side, the rounds project out, and all of this remains. So it's not destroyed. A person can still have our contact info. But we were sending these out. So I was literally going to the range, shooting a whole bunch of cards. And then each order that came in, I would put a card in each order. This one, by the way, these are all 22. And this one was shot with my carry gun. This was Springfield Armory 1911 9mm, and these are all shot at 36 feet, which is 12 yards.
That's a really creative design.
Yeah, right.
It's funny you mentioned Springfield 1911. I was actually thinking about getting a Springfield Ronin in 10mm, but I don't know.
So we're working on getting stuff together as giveaways and additional sale items. But right now, we won't get into the business of making hats and selling them on our site and making clothing and selling them on our site. I mean, we may, but that's not really our strength. Our strength is providing education, and we've got a lot of additional services that are coming down the pike in that space for both civilians or retail as well as commercial, being instructors, security companies, etc. And then staying focused on providing a breadth of ammunition choices that are at the best price that we can source. We compete our pricing from our distributors and importers. So when an order comes in for a given product, and this is on the commercial side, when an order comes in, we treat it just the same as a federal procurement and compete the pricing and secure the best value for the customer and pass that on.
I might have some more content creators you might want to talk with. Would definitely be interested in this. They could probably help spread the word too. So
much obliged. That'd be helpful.
Well, I mean, we got to help each other out in this space because, like you were saying earlier, when you were talking about the banks not accepting your money, it kind of reminded me of when Colorado had a certain activity that I don't partake in, but a bunch of other people partake in. They could not put the money in the bank because the bank would not accept it. It seems like the selective morality tends to have an influence over how certain entities work in regards to whether or not they choose to do business with you, which is, it's always a thing I know, but it just gets really annoying because certain things just seem like they're demonized right off the bat, and they are things that, in this case, in my opinion, firearms definitely need to be utilized.
Full facts.
More people need to actually have access to them, and there needs to be more of a push for permits to be put out in certain states. Perfect example, New York. Had a conversation with on a previous interview of mine, and the thing that I hate is the fact that in New York, by the time that you are given access to your to your permit, if you will, the person that actually put in for the permit may not be among the living, if you will, because ironically enough, they were a person that actually needed a firearm and couldn't get access to it because of the strict gun laws in New York and other states of that type of mentality.
Yep, New York's is the state adjacent to me. I used to hunt there for many years on the property in the home of a former Smith & Wesson CEO, and then the New York Safe Act came along, which was approved literally overnight as we slept, and I don't go there anymore. Done for.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, done for. I was like, okay, no. There's something else I want to mention about my business card. We were talking earlier, Will and I both, about practical. Will actually mentioned it about practical shooting. And then I went from there and I mentioned about different sizing of whether it be my eye or my head or my chest. So what I did, I don't have it memorized. So I just brought up an email that I had sent to Will talking about my business card. This was a couple of months ago. Here's some data points about my business card that, although it looks, it's just on the surface, you would just say, oh, it's just a business card that looks weird because it's a square. Well, here's some data points about that were engineered into it. So again, this was shot at 36 feet, 12 yards. And that's not me just creating some random numbers. It's at my YouTube channel, Mr. Henry Pope, at YouTube. And I have recording of video of this particular batch being shot. It was the first batch that I did when we first got the cards in. And so it's shot at 36 feet, 12 yards. The target size is 2.5 inches square. US currency, which is why I have a dollar bill in there, because everybody in America knows what a dollar bill looks like. US currency is 2.61 inches tall. So my card, this target, is slightly less tall than a US bill folded in half to be made square. And the center where there's the dime is 0.70 inches diameter. It is perfectly to that of a dime or 10-cent piece from my era. The card surface, and this is an item that is important to understand. The card surface area is 20 MOA or 6 MRAD at 36 feet or 12 yards. And it is 2.4 MOA or 0.3 MRAD at 100 yards meter. So when I was talking before about, Will was talking about practical shooting, and then I talked about error. And as it went, and I was referring to the steel case. I was answering your question about steel case ammunition. A person at 36 feet, 12 yards, it's not that far. Just think of how many things are 12 yards, like the length of a common car, like an SUV, a Yukon, the length of a Charger, Dodge Charger. Oh, which one is the 4-door one? Not the Charger, but the other one, Challenger, I think is the 4-door one.
Don't make me tell a lot. I don't know anything about cars.
Well, it's
the
I know what you're talking
Dodge,
about,
the 4-door Dodge with the Hellcat and the SRT option. So in practical shooting, if a person were standing at the trunk of their Dodge or at the deck lid of their Yukon, and they were having to deal with Debo on the opposite side, so he's at the hood, at the front bumper. That's where I'm going. The business card that I have there, at being 20 MOA, that is the amount of maximum error that is available. If you're 21 MOA, you're off the card. You guys, you follow what I'm saying? You got to be 20 MOA or less. You cannot be 21. You can't be 20.5. You can't be 20.1. 20 MOA or less. So if you took my business card and placed it anywhere on your body, your eye, your chest, wherever, that's what's available as a targeting point. And that ammo, these hits with that 22, these are 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a 5th one in there. Well, I thought there was a 5th one. Nope, this one's 4. 1. No, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. But all of these are well within. So, and the 9mm, 1, 2, 3. So my view of shooting and my view of ammunition. Oh, by the way, this was Federal Auto Match, SKU number AM22. I'm a huge fan of it. I've been a fan of it for decades, well before Buy a Bullet. And this was the 9mm was Blazer brass, gold box, brass case. Standard stuff. But the point being that a person's capability and skill sets with the firearm that they have in hand, the hands that they have controlled by their mind per their experience and skill sets, and the ammunition that they happen to feed into their firearm, it all matters. It's all a system that all works together. And if the person of Debo or Michael Myers, borrowing from the Halloween movies, if either one of those kids are on the opposite side of that car and they mean you harm, your degree of error is 0. Because if you miss, you go into the background, and you miss and you don't end up stopping the threat, the problem. So selecting your ammunition and doing so in a wise way matters. I'm not saying that persons have to spend ridiculous amounts of money on their ammo. That, that's not required. But what I am saying is you can do better. And the steel case, why? When it only saves you a penny. Why do that?
Very true.
I'll go ahead and stop the share. So I don't know how it looks on your screen. I don't if it's taking up the whole thing or not.
It's fine, but this is wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop my subscription soon because.
And the owner of Buy a Bullet is not just some. The owner of Buy a Bullet is not just some dude that's like, oh, I thought I could make a couple of bucks. No, I'm an actual shooter. I'm an actual instructor. Our team behind me, so it's not just Henry Pope, but our team. We're shooters, gun owners, and again, one of our dudes has a Barrett.
Yeah,
we're gun people. We're pro 2A.
I mean, with all the education, right, which is very important. I mean, it'd be kind of interesting to be kind of counterintuitive if you weren't. We're selling bullets, but we don't like guns. It's just.
You know what? That happens in other industries, though.
That's definitely needed.
It's not unusual in other industries. I mean, pretty much pick an industry. There's a whole bunch of industries where the founders, the principals, the investors, the key people, the actual stakeholders. So I'm not even talking about just the W-2 employees. The stakeholders may not be supportive of the thing that they sell, market, or promote, but they're in it for the cashola.
Yep, they like the money.
Yep.
I went to a vegan restaurant once that was owned by a couple, and neither one of them were vegan. And then after that, I didn't go back. I'm like, that's weird. One, I don't know if all this stuff is vegan now. I think you might be cutting corners. And two, that's just weird. I'm like, no.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If we were selling, like, I don't smoke marijuana. So, but hey, let me go and jump in on a dispensary, and I'll be happy to sell it to other folks. I will know the first thing about the product, have no practical experience with it whatsoever, but I could talk to you all day about what the price is.
Yeah, I mean, those are very good points. Those are very, especially with the examples you've given.
It's so common in other industries. People will happily sell you things they don't know the first thing about, or that they don't care about and they don't support. But in our case, we know a lot. And it's not the royal we of like how people say nowadays, oh, Henry is a we. Nope, the squad, the team. We understand the market. We know the product. We actually do review this information. We do all the homework that the consumer doesn't have to do. So we find out about what's going on with the given manufacturer, whether they be based in Turkey, Czechoslovakia, Brussels, or not Brussels, but Belarus, Switzerland, such as RUAG or RUAG, Israel. One of my favorites is Aguila, which is from Mexico. We do the due diligence on those companies, find out what their manufacturing processes are, all of that before offering it. It doesn't make it to our product catalog. And then once it's on our product catalog, we also, if there's product that we just don't enjoy, then I'm like, okay, this brand is normally a good squared away brand, but there's a specific SKU that we're just not going to support, such as steel case, or such as steel bimetal projectiles. There's a lot of people that are interested in bimetal projectiles that comes from Russia. They think they can shoot it through their AK because, oh, this is what AKs were designed for. No, that's a war. It came out in World War I because it was efficient cost wise to do that. And then it was used again in World War II because it was efficient cost wise to do that. Meanwhile, we are living in the year 2025. This isn't 1941 anymore. This isn't 1939. It isn't even 1970, with the Viet Cong, 68 to 73. This is 2025. We have technology now. We have knowledge now. We don't have to live like that. So if you happen to have an AK and it is not built in 1941, what were you doing? What are you doing? If you're not running around in your backyard with an SKS, and there's nothing wrong with SKSs, but you don't have to shoot crap anymore. You don't have to shoot garbage ammo anymore. And using that as an excuse, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. It's not logical.
You mentioned Aguila a minute ago, just at a personal curiosity. Do you do you sell the half shells?
The mini shells.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's two types. So Aguila has a product called the mini shell, and that is their brand name. And then Federal has a I won't call it a knockoff, but they came along secondarily. They saw the market. The mini shell had been around for over 13 years. It was an obscure product, a specialty item. A lot of people in America didn't know it existed, but it was very common in South America. Then it came up to North America. There was a demand for it. And a company out of Florida called Opsol, OPSOL, created an adapter to allow Mossbergs to run them. I own one.
That too.
It works. I like it. And then Federal came out with the Shorty brand, SHORTY, common spelling.
Yep.
And we carry both of them. Yep. I'm a huge fan of the Aguila product. You'll find me doing a review on that at my YouTube channel. That's like 12 or 13 years old, where I'm talking about the best value use case. I had no idea that I would end up becoming an ammunition seller. It's 13 years ago, and I'm sitting at my kitchen table with my kids. I think my daughter was helping me, and is there use case, best value, and application. And so, yeah, we carry that stuff. We absolutely do. I'm a fan of. There's 3 variants. There's a buckshot, a birdshot, number 4 bird. There's a buckshot and a slug. And based on the person's use case, all 3 apply. The buckshot for home defense, for that particular product, being across the hall, short distances, you're not shooting at 100 yards or 75 yards, bro, it works. And it has a significant amount of energy. Same with the slug. I'm not a fan of slug in general within residential homes, but for the Shorty product, there is definitely an argument for a use case there. And then the birdshot, which is I'm sorry, I said number 4. I think it's a number 6 actually. But number 6 birdshot is a use case for that too, toward pest control as well as short range. There's a lot of people in America that are dealing with animals that in suburban areas too, but dealing with 4-legged as well as avian pests that they would need to, dispatch. Dispatch. And as long as you're within your state and local laws, you shouldn't be in downtown Detroit or downtown DC, firing at a squirrel or at a raccoon. But as long as you're following your local laws, this product has a strong use case, a strong argument for benefit. And you can fit a large amount of shells in a standard in a standard magazine, shotgun mag.
Yeah, I gave him a Mossberg. What did I get? The Mossberg 88. I gave it to my dad a while ago, and I gave him the adapter for the mini shells. And well, him being former military, kind of like what Will was saying with the Dunning-Kruger thing. I mean, I don't know if that still was his mindset or not. He said, "I don't need that. I need real shells. I gotta feel it." I'm like, okay. I prefer the mini shells because, don't get me wrong, shotguns do have a tendency to depend on how you, if you don't know how to function well with them, they are going to jack you up with the recoil. But for me, I prefer the mini shells because if I'm using them for home defense, I don't have time to be like, I shot it wrong. I need to have time to get back on target. The recoil isn't as bad as a full shell shotgun shell, and I can go to work if need be, and not have to worry about trying to fight recoil or whatever. That's my main concern, is being able to go to work if need be. Not, this is a real man with a real gun coming down to take you down. It's like, my dad doesn't talk like that, but I mean, every time I hear the macho thing, it's just, it sounds like this. I don't know why, but yeah, I love those mini shells though.
Here's the thing. Again, going back to application and use case and value proposition, best value. So in the law enforcement space, for shotgun, which is typically buck, but also is used number four buck. So double aught and triple aught buck is most common in LE, but also number 4 buck. It is super common and normal, and it's a whole market to have reduced recoil 12 gauge. All that is less powder, so that there's less velocity. It's reduced velocity. And commonly the payload, so the shot, is the same. Sometimes it'll be 8 pellet, sometimes it'll be 10, and even there's a 12 pellet variant. But typically the payload is the same relative to lower shot column or volume of powder. So that ends up is straight physics. It's just simple math. And so that ends up with reduced velocity and reduced pressure. So you got less recoil. The Aguila mini shell just takes that same concept. It takes approximately 50%, it's actually a little bit more, but approximately 50% less powder, meaning there's a little bit more than 50%. I believe it's 52% of relative to 100%. But it takes less powder while providing the same payload. So yes, you get less functional distance at max because the velocity and the pressure is reduced. But within common contact range, common usage range, use case, so defending in your home or defending again at the end of your Dodge Charger or your Yukon, and you're trying to manage a person, Debo or Jason or Michael Myers, that's at the front, it works. And then the benefit is, as you said, so if the recoil is softer, and these do have recoil, it's not like it's not like it's a 410 or it's to my view, and I'm a huge shotgun guy for defense as well as hunting and LE instruction. To my view, it feels like a 16 gauge or for the slug, 16 gauge for the slug, and I hunt with a 16 gauge. And then for the buck and for the birdshot, it's like a 28 gauge. You're going to have recoil and push, but it is definitely not like a 12 gauge. And I'm a huge lover of recoil. I mean, I hunt with a 45-70 rifle. So 45-70 is massive. It's a lot of recoil, but it's a lot of energy. So it's not just, boom for no good reason. So this product gives you less recoil, which then increases your practical functionality to align the bore with the target and discharge and maintain the bore alignment with the target instead of being up here. Boom, you're still on target. And instead of having just 5 shells total net in your magazine, depending upon the length of your magazine, you got 9, 10, 11. How is that not a benefit? Now
24.
You've got a whole shotgun that's got, and I live in Massachusetts right now, so we have 10 round capacity, whether you're handgun, shotgun, or handgun or rifle. So you've got a shotgun that equates to a rifle with greater practical functional stopping power as it goes to foot pounds on target, if you're a believer in foot pounds, which I am, or if you're not, with greater payload. So the amount of individual projectiles that are impacting the target. So even if you're not a fan of foot pounds, okay, but now you've got 8, 9mm or 38 caliber rounds hitting a target instead of 1 per shot, per trigger pull. This is simple math.
Yeah.
This is kid physics.
Mine will hold 24 minis.
So yeah, we carry that. It's absolutely in our product catalog, for real.
I'll probably be looking at it then. Well, gentlemen, I'm sorry. I don't know how we're doing on time. I know we've been doing this for a minute. Y'all okay? Or
I'm all right.
Okay, cool.
Squared away.
Awesome. I had to ask a couple more questions, and Will, I gotta ask you some questions, man. I'm sorry.
That's good.
Henry's been over here educating me, man. I just been like super in depth with it, and like, thank you.
Nothing wrong, trust me. Even
I feel like I'm in class right now.
Yeah, that's why I rock with Henry.
I see why. So, I guess this was an obvious question I should have asked earlier, but then it's easy to see why. But what made you become the ambassador for Buy a Bullet?
It was pretty much a no-brainer. I mean, having known Henry from, social media, and just you see how detailed he is, you see how knowledgeable he is about all things firearms and other industries as well. For me, just leaning on the biggest thing for me is education, from that being my primary focus, man. It's just, is someone that was really easy to align myself with, because education is his strong point.
Clearly, I'm like, if there was like a 2A Bob Ross, that would probably be Henry, because
oh my God, I cannot wait to share that with my son. He's at college right now, but I'm going to tell him that. I can't wait to share that with him. That's hilarious.
I mean, it's just like, wow. I don't even think I'm trying to sit here and think that I don't think I've ever met anybody who's from this space that's ever been this thorough before and detailed to where like there's no questions. You just get it. So yeah, okay. I'm going to place an order, man. I'm going to place an order. No more subscription is done.
Well, all of us at Team Buy a Bullet, which again, there is a team. All of us at Team Buy a Bullet would really enjoy to win your business, as well as the business of your market. Those that are watching or will be watching and listening. We would love to learn to earn your business. It's not presumed that we just are entitled to your business. That too is a common position among other folks, but I don't see that. That's not how we operate. Our goal is to provide a value proposition that makes sense, SENSE, that also fits the sense, CENTS, of what you're looking for, while fitting to your application and helping you with your use case, helping you understand, hey, this is my use case. And if you don't happen to know, like again, whether you're a new shooter or experienced shooter, you're just like, hey, I feel like buying, I'm going to pick something random. Oh no, I don't have to pick something random. Here's a question that someone came to me a week ago, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago. They had a need to deal with hogs. The person lives, I think, in Georgia as well. And they have a need to deal with hogs on their property, commercial property. And the hogs are, to be very specific, when I was talking with the person, his term was hogs, quote, HOGS. My ask was, well, what species are you specifically referring to? Are we talking about Eurasian boar, which, and I described to him, Eurasian boar is approximately 50 to 60 pounds for adult males, or are we talking about free range North American pigs that have gone feral? And those typically are 200 pounds. They look like a pig, like any kid can draw, and they have hair. They develop a lot of hair. So it turns out he was referring to Eurasian boar. And then we ended up having a whole conversation about how that happened. And the reason that I know all of this stuff, I have been a instructor and co-team lead with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The Northeast Regional Headquarters is based here in Hadley, Massachusetts. It's up the street from me. And I've been working with wildlife biologists for the last 15 or 16 years, volunteering my knowledge and skill sets there too, as an instructor and lecturer on these subjects. And that's why I thought immediately to ask what species when he was saying hogs. But out of that, he was asking about ammunition choices and possible solutions to deal with these beings that are destructive to the property. So fast forward, and you can do it right now. If you go to our website, bring up Buy a Bullet, click on Shop. And let's see if I can get you the SKU number. Click on the shop and go to the main area. We have a product that is normally used for law enforcement. Yeah, it's right there to the right. Look at the Fiocchi Slugger, bracket baton, BATON. Click on it and take a peek at what you see.
Okay, so this Fiocchi.
Yep. Fiocchi baton. Their brand name is Slugger.
The one that's 130 rounds in the box?
Yeah.
I remember looking at this a while ago.
So I'm going to explain why it's there, why we have it. I'm going to explain why we have it in the product catalog. We just added that a week ago to fit. It's a niche product that's normally, you don't normally see that in America, like in America. You're not going to never see that on a shelf, like at your local gun shop and et cetera. It's a niche product that's specific to law enforcement as well as for security. It's specific to anti-riot and crowd control, and it's used in prisons. It is a solid rubber projectile. It's clearly shotgun, solid rubber projectile, and it's accurate, it's functional, and it is a less lethal product. And so this individual, this gentleman that lives in Georgia that's dealing with the hogs, his situation is that he wants them to go away from his property. They're damaging his property as well as they're a danger to animals that he keeps. But he's not looking to kill them. He's not looking to take them. And so we found a solution for that. At the time when we added it to the catalog, there was only 138 cases of this stuff available that was imported in the US, like the total amount, 138. I don't know what it is offhand right now today at this hour. But I reached out to this individual. I circled back to him. So I remembered the conversation that we had from some time ago. I reached back out to him last week and I said, hey, we have a solution that I think fits your need 100%. So I sent him a link to this product from our site. I sent him a link to the manufacturer, which on our site, unlike our competition, we really don't have competition because we sell ammo, of course, but we're very different than everybody else in the manner that we sell ammo and everything else that we do. But unlike our other retailers of ammo, we actually provide information for the consumer from the manufacturer that they can go to and learn. So it's right there on the page, right at the bottom, So I provided this person our link to buy a bullet and the link from the manufacturer so he could learn about the product and better understand it. So I explained to him in long form it was a Facebook DM, because that's how the person chooses to communicate with me personally. And he's a customer, so he's bought ammo from us, and but just by his preference, he prefers that method. So I explained to him that this product within 50 yards will not only be functional for dissuading these animals from coming back to you, but you would not be killing them, so you wouldn't be in violation of local laws as it goes to taking game, hunting laws. There's a season in and a season out, and so if he's out of season, then you can fire at them as long as within your local municipal laws for discharge of firearms. Fire at them, but it would not kill them, but it absolutely would impart pain and discomfort so that they would leave and spread it among their community. Don't go over to that range, that area. Animals do communicate with each other. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Avians do, as well as terrestrial. It's a real thing. And so the news would get out. And so I told them, this is a solution that would work for you. It runs in a conventional shotgun. You don't need to modify it in some manner. And additional, and I added to him, I told him, and this wasn't his need, but I said, additionally, as it goes to dealing with trespassers, and if you are firing a gun at a person, at a human being, it has to be justifiable, right? We're not here to play. But I said, there are many people in America that have an allergy to harming a person in the sense of dispatching them or putting them down on the ground, etc. So I said, for this product, this is commonly used by LE. You would not find this on a shelf at a local gun shop normally. You would not find it in Walmart or Cabela's and Academy. You wouldn't even know that it exists. But it does now. You know now, because we have it at Buy a Bullet. It's a niche product that solves a specific solution that can appeal to specific persons. And we also have from Fiocchi their 12 gauge buck. So it is a rubber ball product. And I believe it went out of stock last week. It might be in stock this week. But it's a rubber ball product, polymer, and 12 gauge, and same application is used for moving people away, for anti-riot. Right. And we carry it. It's on our product catalog. Our product catalog is massive. So at the site, it's curated down. Yeah. And if you look at the list, like the manufacturer list is massive. It's huge. So what we did is we have, if you took the total of all of our manufacturers and all of their SKUs that we have access to, it's over 60,000, 60K. Wow. But there's no sense in putting that all on our site at once. No person is going to go through that. So what we do for the site is we curate down to what are commonly requested and sought. And right now, as of today, it's now at 409 SKUs. But for our commercial customers, which if you click on the commercial link at the top of the site, for our commercial customers, they have access to the whole thing. So those persons that are looking for specific need items, whether it be 5.56 or 2.23, if they, for some reason, unusual, they wanted bimetal projectiles rather than a solid lead or a copper. If for some reason they were looking for 4570, such as me, if they're looking for 4570, but they want 300 grain versus 405, or they want something light for caliber, so they want something in the 280 range, items that you would not normally be able to find in a store, then that's where we absolutely shine, and we apply our services toward those folks.
I see, because I know I happen to like the I think it's the Federal Syntech rounds with the red tip on them.
Yep, I promote that. People won't listen. I've been promoting that for years. Pre-buy a bullet. Pre-buy a bullet. The Syntech makes a lot of sense. It reduces lead fouling in your gun. So that presents a strong benefit, aside from just the, I don't have to clean my gun so much. That's not the primary focus, though. Without the lead fouling, every time you clean your gun, a brand new gun, it has no fouling. like brand new out of the box. You just bought it from the store. So when you shoot
Right.
it, the pressure, again, there's no free lunch. The pressure is at X. When you fire the gun thereafter, whether it's copper gilded or if it's lead jacketed or worse, if you're just shooting lead, which is also the typically found at gun shows and some dude again in a bag or in some kind of no name box. It's just straight lead projectiles. Okay, yeah, it's 15 cents a round on the front side, but each time that a projectile goes down the barrel, it's leaving a tremendous amount of lead in the valleys. So that builds up. So that increases the pressures after each successive firing, which that increased pressure creates danger for the holder of the gun. It also, as it goes to performance, changes the velocity and therefore the trajectory of the round after it leaves the muzzle. So the Syntec product takes away all of that. It doesn't leave it leaves your barrel clean. So you're going to have consistent pressures, consistent velocities, shot to shot to shot to box to case to keep shooting it. It's a good product.
Oh yeah.
But people don't. If you don't understand that, then you don't understand it. And it's colored pink. It's also colored blue. And people, I've literally seen people making fun of that. Oh, that's the blue and the pink bullets. Just like, stop. We're not in 8th grade anymore. We're full grown adults.
I think they had like a I don't know if it was a varmint round or a bear round. I think it was like purple. It's hard to find. That's all I know. It's hard to find.
Not anymore. We got it.
True. Yeah, man, I'm sold.
Not anymore. Legitimately, if the SKU, if it's a thing that is produced, that's commonly produced in a caliber, and a manufacturer has a SKU for it, stock keeping unit, SKU, and if that SKU is sitting on the warehouse shelf of a manufacturer or importer, we started out with just two distributors and one importer. When BioBullet first started, we went live meaning to the public, October 13th, 2023. And we just had 3 suppliers. Now we have a lot. If it has a SKU from a manufacturer that's commonly manufactured, and it is sitting on a shelf somewhere in North America, you have it through BioBullet.
Wow.
Simple. It's that simple. And just if you don't see it in the shop at biobullet.com, if you don't happen to see it in the shop, don't presume that it's not like, oh, it doesn't exist. No, we just haven't curated to add it in yet. Either someone hasn't asked for it, or it's just not a common thing that people are looking for. But go to contact us at biobullet.com, email or call our phone number, which legit a person will answer the phone. And if we don't, just leave a voicemail. That just means we're occupied. Leave a voicemail, or go to the site at the main page. The contact us is right at the bottom, and it's a real contact us. Name, phone number, and what's your issue? What do you need? We'll source it and get you the best price that we can find.
I guess another question I have is, since you said there's a team and not like just random robots back there.
Yeah.
What would be the requirements of being on that team?
So our staffing, like we have a marketing director, and she works very closely with me. The look and feel of the BioBullet site is between those two people. And so the marketing director and then her secondary. And then we have a CFO and that person. So there's the staffing is purposeful. Everyone has a task. And I happen to, here's a funny thing. I was actually, when we first went live and in the development phase, I didn't want to be public, me personally. I didn't want to be the face of BioBullet. for a number of reasons. My kids were still in school. I live in an area and in a community that is strongly anti-2A. I didn't want to make it hard for them. Also, I didn't see the necessity of it because, like, legitimately, who knows the owner of Lucky Guns or the founder? I'm sorry, not Lucky Guns, Lucky, our competitor, Lucky, those folks. And who
Lucky
knows?
Gunner.
I don't know why it's not Lucky Gunner. Lucky Gunner is the name.
Yeah, yeah.
Who knows the founders of them? Nobody does. And who knows the founder of, well, everybody knows Midway USA and, Larry Potterfield and that whole story, right? Because of the commercials, they made a whole marketing scheme of it. But of Brownells or any, like, fill in the blank of any other, the ammo subscription company that you've worked with up to today. People don't know them. So I was like, it's not really strongly necessary. And I was going to remain quiet and behind the scenes and just Bible it as our marketing and our presentation. Let that be the story. But it was very strongly 2 points that changed my mind on that. One being the marketing director. Her name is Anissa. And she's got a strong background in the commercial marketing area, industry. And she was like, you know what? You really should get in front because your story is unusual and atypical. So atypical meaning by way of the fact that I just happen to be a Black man, and my experiences in this space are not common. I mean, like, how many Black people do you know that have had any kind of relationship whatsoever with wildlife biologists? Never mind with an actual state or federal agency and state agencies.
Right.
And I can talk to you about that in detail. So it's not like, oh, just surface stuff. I've been teaching courses on this and lecturing and et cetera. And then she was like, your story is just really compelling. And she's like, you really should get out in front of people rather than being just behind operating the levers and making the machine work. And I was resistant to it because legitimately, I don't really like it. And I'm just being honest. I don't really care for it. But I listened to my internal folks. They said, no, that we should do that. So here we are. I'm doing podcasts and, and being open and forward. But to the team has been, we're all stakeholders. We all have skin in the game. And our team has been, it's small, but we're mighty. And everybody has a skill set. We're squared away. And everybody packs packages, by the way. So I had that as a question from a customer once. He was like, because I was telling him that, hey, I called him to let him know that a particular product he was looking for was in stock and available. We sourced it. We found it. It was something unusual, obscure. I was like, hey, good news. We sourced it, and this is the pricing. We got outstanding pricing on it. If I remember right, it got like 38% off of an MSRP on a product that was hard to find. It was not normal to find. He was very happy. And I commented, I said, well, we're going to pack it up and we'll get it out to you very quickly. And I said that I'm going to put my business card in your package. So he listened to that and he was like, you're literally going to pack my stuff? And he like kind of giggle laughed because he knew that I'm the president and the founder of the company. And I said, yeah. I responded with a serious tone. I was like, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I package product. And there's pictures of me doing that. I package product. Everybody else does too. And we get the job done. We do the work. So other folks are doing the research on products. Other folks are putting together the pricing. Other folks we're all doing the same task. We're all doing the work.
I can definitely respect that, and I'm glad that you did make the decision to get in front of the screen and just make yourself more public because can't remember who I was talking to, but I think it's a story about a NAGA event. It might have been the president of NAGA that this story trickled down from. Long story short, he ended up taking a friend or a colleague, basically a colleague of his, out to the range. Fellow Black colleague. They went and they shot guns, they had fun, and at the end of the event, the colleague kind of leaned into him and said, is this legal? Now they weren't firing anything crazy like I don't know, NFA items or whatever, or, just undisclosed munitions or whatever. But nonetheless, it was just a basic range event. And the fact that in our society there's still people that think that even associating with a firearm is something that is of the illegal mindset, or trying to own a suppressor, or as common people call it, a silencer, is something that we are not allowed access to.
Yeah.
It's the landscape has changed, and it's past time for people to see that and remember that there was a large amount of firearm ownership, whether it be ancestral, whether it be throughout world wars or civil wars or whatever. There is
Yep.
a large history of Black people being involved in firearms. So we're just as entitled to it as everybody else, no matter what the media will tell you, or no matter what the television will show you. Even the history changing, no matter how much the history has changed, it's still there, and it needs to be remembered. So
Super
thank you
facts.
for doing that. Thank you for being here.
Super facts.
Man.
I brought up a couple of pictures that I'll do a share if it's okay. Oh, darn.
Yeah, definitely.
One of them, I brought up, it brought up two of the same image. I need the other one. Here we go. And click there. Okay. So I brought up a pair of pictures. I have others of the other folks on Team Buy a Bullet, but I'm not going to share them because it shows their faces and so forth. And they are, I'm not authorized to do that. And it's unfair. But these two I share with you guys. Let's see. We got this one. All right. All right. So this one is me. That's legit me packing the boxes of a customer's product, getting it out the door.
Nice.
And that was Winchester and some MagTech. So that's me. I'm actually doing the work. That's at our fulfillment center. Then the other one, and let me click on share screen again. Click on, here we go. And click share. This is my son.
Put in the work, yeah.
This is my son. At that time, he was 17, still in high school. This is just before he graduated school. And we were at the office packing boxes or packing bags. So the story behind this package, the customer, notice the boxes are all white. They're white box. This is all Cellier and below. This is good quality ammo. It's S&B, but the customer didn't want range waste. He didn't want to have to deal with boxes upon boxes. And he ordered a large amount of ammunition. I believe it was 5,000 rounds.
Wow.
Training ammo. So he was like, hey, is it possible to find a product an option in 9mm? And if I remember right, yeah, that's 115 grain. He was very specific about what he wanted. He was like, is it possible to find a solution that I won't have to deal with range waste, but it's still a good product and the pricing is fair? I said, yes. So we sourced this product. This is normally sold for LE training. That's why it's white box. It's not normally sold for it's, in fact, the box says for no resale. We sourced this, and he also was against, he's an environmentalist. So he didn't want the box itself to have like lots of color and ink to it, because that too is the production of that with all the ink on a normal box is negative to the environment. So we sourced these white box black ink, and I shared it with them. I was like, this is what we're going to order for you. This will match your solution. It came in, it was a lot of ammo. We deboxed all of it, which is what my son's doing. We went out and secured, it says Ziploc on the bag, but this isn't Ziploc that you buy from your grocery store. This is commercial bags. It's 4mm thick. And the reason we source that is because each bag has 500 rounds in them, times 10 for 5,000. And we created a label for him that identifies the product, the manufacturer, the SKU number, what the product actual is. We created a QR code for him so that he could easily scan, which is on the left here. That's what this is. We created a custom QR code for him with our branding, of course. And so he could scan it quickly with his phone and know that, okay, into the future, this is that ammo. And it was identified by date, both production date as well as order date, which matters. We carried that all over, and then in each bag, we put one box, an empty box, folded over, so that he would have the original production box. So in case there was any issues with the ammo, which there was not going to be. Again, SMB is a straight up great quality product. But if there was any issues, he'd be able to go back to the manufacturer and say, hey, this is the box. Here's the factory box, the factory QR code that's on the back, which is right here. That's this little square. It doesn't come up well in the picture, but it's a QR. And he'd be squared away. He was super happy and bought a bunch of ammo thereafter. He's been a repeat customer. So we do this too. And we're real people. So it's not bots. There's real human beings doing the work. And we do custom things for folks like this. And we didn't charge them extra either. Our materials for the Ziploc bags, I was able to source that. It was relatively inexpensive, so little that I just didn't even charge them. And we created this custom label that took like 2 hours of work. I didn't charge them. We didn't pass on those costs. And by not nickel and diming this customer, he's easily bought $12,000 worth of ammo from us after this initial purchase.
It's literally like the price of the ammo is outweighed by the customer service, which I can appreciate that.
Yep. So it's old school. I'm from the old school. It's old school. The new school, the modern school is ChatGPT details, information. And I'm not knocking ChatGPT. We're big fans of ChatGPT. It works in a window, but basically automated, non-human, disconnected, quasi customer service, chat bots to coordinate, to talk with the person rather than a human being, and just throw out. Retailers will find the lowest product cent per round item to then put on the website. But then you don't know that there's a whole wide world. Not you personally, but the customer doesn't know there's a whole wide world of other choices that might be a whole 2 or 3 cents more. Oh my gosh. 2-3 cents more. Or our product is manufactured last month. It's straight from the manufacturer. Fresh ammo, manufactured last month per the production date, and also for this gentleman that prior picture. So that 5,000 rounds, we secured 5,000 rounds all in the same lot, the same production lot.
So if there's any issues, they know exactly what. Wow.
And so the benefit of this, that's a lot for anybody that's bought ammo to find 5,000 rounds in the same production lot. You're not going to do that going to your local Walmart or your local gun shop. It's not going to happen. We did. We sourced it that way. So I explained to the customer, he didn't ask for this. He didn't know to ask, but I explained it to him. I said, look, having all of your ammo in the same lot will be a benefit because now you zero your gun one time at whatever distance. And now you got, let's say you burn through 20 rounds on the outside. Now you got 4,980 shots that will all shoot the same. Rather than each individual box. Oh, this is lot number 1, but now this is lot number 39, but this is production lot number from 5 months later. And now you got to re-zero each time. So he ended up getting back to me on this particular purchase. And he said that, in his words, I wish I had recorded it, but he said that it helped him level up his shooting so much just in the ammunition alone, because he noticed that, it always shoots the same. It always shoots the same. He leveled up so much that he went from just being a passive trigger puller, like, oh, I'm going to shoot every so often. He's now shooting IDPA.
Wow.
It wasn't even like, oh, I'm going to shoot IDPA. He's shooting IDPA. He's shooting IDPA now. Yep. It matters. But if you don't know, Will said it. If you don't know what you don't know, if you don't know better, then you won't do better. Our goal is to inform the customer. An educated consumer is our best customer. We help you understand. We provide you with the product, and our brand ambassador will help you teach you. We'll teach you what you need to know, and you don't even have to be there. He does remote training. He does dry fire training remotely, and we'll read your targets also. How do you not win with that? It's a strong combo.
This is a lot better than like, and this is the comparison I'm coming up with, but the old school Walmart versus Walmart now.
Yeah.
Old school Walmart, they had a standard. Everything was pretty much made in America. They wouldn't allow anything that they didn't think was like quality or anything in the store. Versus like what we have now, where the American flags say "Made in China" on them.
Yeah. Sam Walton is the founder of Walmart. And so pre-Sam Walton's death and post-Sam Walton's death, which is now managed by his children, and it is what it is. It's become what it is.
Yeah, like honestly, and being born and raised in Texas, I think every single Walmart I went to, I still remember a big American flag, and I don't think that's a thing anymore.
Nope, it absolutely is not. Yeah, I remember the original Walmarts as well. Yep.
So it's like, excuse me for being flabbergasted, but I mean I'm flabbergasted because it's like you just, for the most part, like especially seeing as how I'm still kind of novice as far as like, and that's probably because I need to train more. I need to find time to do it, so on and so forth. There's reasons behind it, but nonetheless, it's like entering a daunting world of dealing with post-COVID ammo prices and trying to find quality ammo and avoid the ammunition that is obviously bad, or questioning, is this actual ammunition or is it remanufactured? I mean, this just takes all of that out of the picture. And it's kind of unheard of because, in this world now, it's almost like customer service is just it's a bonus if you can even get it. This is built into the package itself to the point where you're going above and beyond to maintain not just customers, but loyalty as well. So
yeah. So I'd like to talk about the pandemic situation. The way that Will and I met is there's a Facebook group called Black Gun Owners Only, BGOO. And then there's another Facebook group called BGOE. And Will, you'll have to help me because I've forgotten what the BGOE stood for or was an acronym
Black
for.
Gun Owners in Education.
Yep. There you go. And so I was a member of both of those. This again is pre-buy a bullet. It wasn't even a concept then. And I was volunteering my time during downtime because the pandemic, I'm at New England and we were hit really bad with COVID. And we weren't going outside. There was no stores open. It was very real here for New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. It was very bad here. So I had a lot of free time to just basically a bit home. And so I joined these two groups. It was Facebook suggested to me. I didn't know they existed prior. And I saw a lot of Black folks that were brand new to this space that had no understanding,
right?
Not a bit of knowledge. And it's not anyone's fault. It's just was a fact. Brand new people that were looking to get in and were way behind the clock, way behind. and people that were just panic buying literally anything that was seen and could be put hands on. And so fellow black men, fellow black women buying like 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 8, 10 guns, random calibers, random brands, many ARs. I'm just going to buy 15 ARs, like as if buying quantity results in quality, and it does not. And then it came to ammunition, and folks just buying literally. Back then, we had these things called what were we called? Ammo dumps. So people were just posting pictures of their ammo that they found, and they were like, "Oh, I scored this," and it'd be random boxes, Hornady this, Winchester that. It'd be just completely random boxes. It's all the same caliber. Oh, look, I got all this 9mm, 115 grain, 124 grain, 147 grain, just all kinds of just random stuff. And I started stating to people, I'd be like, look, I get it that you got to just find anything you can. I get it. But that's up here. That's in your mind that I got to find all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't. And you can do better. So if you're going to buy ammo, I would say, if you're going to buy ammo, at least buy all the same sub brand. So just not just like Winchester is to GM as Hornady is to Dodge, right? We all know that GM and Dodge make a whole gang of different vehicles. It's not just the GM car, right?
Right.
And it's not just the Dodge car. They make a whole bunch of stuff. So at least if you're going to buy Dodge, get Ram, right? At least you're in a subgroup, you're in a brand, right? Or if you're going to buy GM, Buick, right? At least stay in a sub brand. But if you're going to even do that, try to stay to the same product, the same actual product.
Yeah.
And
I can definitely agree with that.
It was really difficult to get this information across because I was just another voice among the many, at least initially. And then over time, trying to provide other education and knowledge on how firearms work, how firearms don't work, on what physics is and what the math is, and why things actually function the way they do, whether it be a firearm or ammunition, or what chambering and not chambering around does and doesn't do, and the fact that Hollywood and movies and books are fiction. They are fiction. They are not training. They are not lessons. They are not education. It's fiction. John Wick is not a real dude. And Liam Neeson is not out here being a whole 70 years old, putting people in a chokehold and all, And
he's got some good aspirin cream. I mean, just Brussol or whatever.
He out here running around, putting people in chokeholds with one hand, while he's using the other hand, shooting his Beretta 92 FS with precision to hit persons just right in the throat, right? Come on, man. Mm-hmm. It's not how it works. It's not real. So I would be downloading and sharing that information. And that's how I met Will. And one of the funny things out of that is that Will was not like the majority. He too was like, hey, that's not peace, fam.
That sounds like Will.
Bruh, if you got hit with that, it's a wrap. Peace, fam. That's not how it works. That's not how it goes. And he was also dropping knowledge and letting people know. And the one thing that he was doing was producing videos, doing the work, actually showing the work. Again, going back to kid school, what's the one thing that your teacher was always about? Show me the work, right?
Yeah.
Now, the reason for that is because you could cheat. The pre-internet, right? Pre-internet, you could just go to the library and get what you needed, write it down, boom. Or you just ask your people, hey, mom, what's 9 plus 9 minus 2, right? Yep. And then boom, it's done, right? And she wouldn't even question it. Be like, yeah, it's 18 minus 2, 16. There you go. And then you in the cut, write it on. And then you just turn it in. But your teacher, being smart, be like, no, you got to show the work.
Mm-hmm.
Will always show the work. So he would post these videos of himself training, and he would show the mess ups as well as the positives. So he would show the positives, be like, boom, 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 right? And ding, 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 you'd hear the target. But you would actually then see the target, because at that time he was wearing his baseball cap with a camera on it, and you would actually see what was happening. And you would see the mess ups, and he would talk about it live, right there on the camera. Like, oh damn, I messed that up. I dropped shots, blah blah blah. I'm running the gun too hard. So let me throttle back a little bit. Okay, now I picked it back up. So now I'm going to throttle back up. Boom, 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 boom. Now you get experiential learning, and he advances. I loved it so much that I shared it with my son. So my son was small then. I was like, hey, I'd like you to check this out with me. It's I added it to our family YouTube channel, which is, again, just Mr. Henry Pope, but we share it, my son and I. So at home, literally on our TV, he's watching the same stuff that I'm following. And I'd be like, yeah, Will just dropped another video. Let's check it out. We sit there and watch it.
Nice.
And yeah. And it's legit. I'm not watching like a whole bunch of YouTube gun tubers. It's not a thing that I do, but we were watching Will's. And so when the pandemic hit, a lot of people were getting information from poor sources. Well-meaning, they're not out here just trying to provide people bad information for the sake of it, like the sport of it. Well-meaning, but nonetheless, it's still misinformation. It's not true.
Right.
It's just not true. It's either zeros and ones. It's true or false. It's not like an in-between. Oh, it's kind of true. It's false, but it's not all the way false. I'm sorry,
That and that's not the best way to find out. Is like you end up chambering like a 9mm or 9. What is it? You got 9mm and you got 9 Makarov, I think, which is the
great question. So I'm going to pick something that actually happened at BGOO that came up that I ended up sharing with folks that they didn't understand and know, and they pushed back against, but then I had to go and educate. The difference between 9mm Luger, 9mm NATO, 9mm plus P, 9mm plus P plus. There's a problem. There were a lot of people that were buying, what is that brand? Taurus G2Cs, as in Georgia, numeral 2, C as in Charlie. That was a crazy popular handgun during the pandemic. People were buying those like Pez candy. They would just it's available in colors. I can get it in pink and green and purple. That should be a sign right away. That should, by the way, a sidebar. It's like tools are tools. Guns are tools. So if someone's marketing stuff to you in Lego colors, is it a tool or is it a toy?
It's like a SCCY or Sky.
Yep, that's another one. And so what was happening, people were buying these things left and right, which is fine. And they were always the same statement. Oh, but it's cheap. It's affordable. It's
just as good.
It's just as good, right? So then what happened, we had a real member that had loaded their, and I believe it was a woman, had loaded her G2C with 9mm NATO ammunition. 9mm NATO, following SAMI standards, is high pressure. Pro tip. The G2C, it says it on the website, it says it in the owner's manual, it says it on the box, is for 9mm Luger. 9mm Luger is low pressure or standard pressure. It's low pressure. And so the person ended up having a gun failure and didn't understand why. Thankfully, she didn't get hurt. And she wasn't the only one. At that time, there was a lot, it was all over Facebook and YouTube at that time. There's tons of people getting their G2Cs blown up and not understand, like, oh my God, what happened? It's because they loaded the wrong ammunition in. And then they were loading with 9mm plus, which is carry defense ammo. Like at that time, the common was Hornady critical defense, that with a product that had just come out.
I think you had a. Let's see if I got it, because Underwood had one that was. I don't have it. Underwood ammunition. They had was it P or it was a heavily pressurized round.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you said Underwood, I knew where you were going. Yeah.
Mhm.
Underwood, Buffalo Bore. You should not be. Those are specialty ammunition. Very good product, by the way. But it's specialty ammunition. It is not conventional ammunition. It is produced to much higher pressures, to maximum and max plus pressures. And if you don't know better, if you don't know, you don't know. You know.
Yeah.
And so I was informing people. I was like, look, all your G2Cs and now the G3Cs, the replacement for it, you folks can it says it on the body if you just read the manufacturer's site. But folks are like, nah. So I said, okay. I went to the manufacturer's site, literally did a screenshot of the like, I'm telling you the answers. I'm telling you the answers. I'm helping you. I'm trying to keep you from having a gun blow up in your hand and you end up, with missing a digit, like them old school cats, come up to you like this. How you doing, sir? Anybody from my
it's supposed to do that.
Yeah, anybody from my era, they remember that. The old school cats that come up to you with the missing thumb, missing finger or something, or half a finger. Like, because we all worked as the hard labor, the manual labor jobs, and there was no OSHA back then, which is a new thing. There was no OSHA, so you'd end up getting jammed up. You get your stuff cut off, working at the factory or whatever. And so I was telling people the answers, like, look, don't do that. And moreover, you shouldn't invest in that gun anyway. Just save up. Just save up and get yourself a Glock. And I'm not even a Glock fan. I'm not even a Glock boy. But save up for another month, a whole extra $100, and then boom, you can get a much better quality firearm that can fire basically anything. And but yeah, so the pandemic for Black folks in specific was hugely beneficial because it brought a lot of people into space that had not entertained us before, the industry. And I say us because I've been in the industry for all this time. But at the same time, it was brought in a lot of misinformation and poor knowledge sets. And so Buy a Bullet, I wanted to solve that too. And not just be on a Facebook page, group rather. And I had a decent amount of eyeballs, but every freaking day was like some freaking battle. I'm like, legit, I'm just telling you the answers. 1 + 1 divided by 1 is still 2.
Yeah.
Right? No, it's not. Here's one that came up last week. I posted about United States history. Another sidebar of my background that's bizarre and unusual is I'm the former president and former chair of America's second oldest historical society and history museum. It's a whole story as to how that happened, and it's validatable. I can send you the link right now that has news articles of me in the news and a whole thing about it. I did that for 8 years as a volunteer. 8 years. I am very, very versed on American history. It's one of my side hobbies. And so last week I posted about I made a statement about American history and Black gun ownership and et cetera. And in that, I referred to James Madison, who is the author of the Second Amendment. He was tasked by the founders to research and draft the Second Amendment. There were several variants. Everybody knows this too. There were several variants, like anybody else that writes in anything. Like still to this day, no bill is just like the original one. Like, oh, this is what they wrote, and then we vote on it. It doesn't work that way. It never has worked that way because human beings don't operate that way. Everybody has a variant, like your first draft, your second draft, your 59th draft. The draft that got approved is the Second Amendment that we know today. James Madison was tasked with that assignment, with that job. And because everybody else was doing other jobs, the first, the third, et cetera. And a person came back and was like, nah, it was Jefferson. And I'm like, what? Nah. It's like saying that George Washington wasn't our first president. George Washington wasn't the original general of the Continental Army. Barack Obama isn't the first black president, the only black president. It's facts. You can't, if you're going to argue a fact, at least you have to provide some kind of counterpoint that makes sense. It's facts. So then I had to go for this person. I had to go back. So I had to, being me, I went to the Library of Congress, because what are you going to do? You're going to, okay, I'm just some guy, right? I'm just some guy. But you're going to tell me the Library of Congress doesn't know what they're talking about? So I went to the Library of Congress, looked up the 2A, made sure that it was directly stated and cited that James Madison wrote the damn 2A, that we all should have learned in 3rd grade. I mean, come on, bruh. It's aggravating.
I love the internet.
So since we are on that point, there's a lot of issues I have with a certain phrasing, and that phrasing is my truth. Your truth is not based on, like you said, the ones and zeros. It's based on a feeling. And one of the biggest problems with adding feelings into factual things, but in this case, the 2A, is the fact that if you add your feelings into your firearm, I feel that this ammunition will be okay in my firearm. Yeah. I feel like I've trained enough. My truth on my firearm is this. Last time I checked, unless you actually sat there, got the billet and everything else, and milled out your own firearm, and you tested it and did product testing and Q&A and all this other stuff, and there is actual hardcore fact behind what you've done, instead of, I don't know, looking at your firearm and seeing it say Ruger, Canik, Glock, so on and so forth, SIG is one right now, because there's a lot of people that are feeling that right now. The 320s, they are feeling that. Not by choice sometimes, but nonetheless, it's like the whole phrasing of my truth has got some people to the point where, like in your case, you showed them this is real. This is where it says it. This is where I found it at. I'm citing my sources. As you said, I'm showing the work. It's weird, but most people don't want to see the work. They just want to see the instantaneous answer to justify their feelings. And in this world, you can't do that, because the minute that you feel something is quote unquote correct is the minute that you're going to FA and FO and realize that is not correct. So that's always blown my mind, not in a good way. It's just you have a choice whether or not you want to be educated or selective idiot. And the education is hard, but at the end of the day, the results pay off. Being a selective idiot, you're just going around playing a game of whack-a-mole, but instead of the person with the mallet, you are the mole. And eventually the mole gets whacked. So
another one that came up, and this was a couple of years ago, but it never, like, it's just etched in me because it was so wild. Mm-hmm. It was a discussion about rifle. And I made a statement about mass of the rifle. And this applies not just to rifle, but to handgun, shotgun, everything. Mm-hmm. The weight, the mass. So mass is weight times density. And I was referring to the mass. A firearm, a rifle was the context. A rifle that has greater mass will have lower recoil. Therefore, the lower recoil, lower felt recoil. The recoil actual remains the same, but the felt recoil, following Newton's laws, this whole thing that we should have learned about, and I like legitimately, 4th grade, 5th grade. You shouldn't make it past 6th grade and not know Newton's laws, or at least that they exist. But the greater the mass of the firearm rifle, the less felt recoil, and therefore the greater practical capability to maintain the barrel and then maintain it aligned to the target, whether you're shooting offhand unsupported, or you're shooting offhand and supported, slung up, or you're shooting on the ground off of a bipod, or you're shooting benched off of a bench rest.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter the methodology. Person came back and said, "Nah, that's BS." And I was like, "What?" And doubled down on it. Said I was making stuff up and presenting information to the group that was just crap, and they've been shooting for some insert an integer number, time frame, etc. Meanwhile, the three core laws of Newton's laws of motion, the first one, the second one, and the third one all relate to the same thing: mass. Like, that's how we go to space with rockets. And that's how baseball bats work. When you swing the bat and you hit the ball, and that's why the ball goes flying and doesn't just drop to the ground. And that's why when you hit a baseball with an aluminum bat versus a wooden bat, the feeling of vibration, which is that recoil, is greater.
Mhm.
And that's why it makes a sound bing versus a wood bat due to density. This is like everything. All of everything. That's why Serena Williams kicks it. I was going to say another word. Is really good. It's like, I'm like, versus playing wiffle ball, in the backyard.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. So post pandemic, we had a ton of people just come in, again, well-meaning, but just spreading all kinds of nonsense and just garbage.
Yeah.
So we're here, buy a bullet and range therapist to counteract that and provide something different, do something different. And to get better, you got to be better. And you can't be better by staying the same.
This is true. This is very true. And there's a lot of work to be done, because now you've got these and you can blame the short attention span of the average everyday people, but nonetheless, we're in an era of YouTube Shorts. Now, it can either harm or help. It can help because if somebody were to give you a snippet of something that's interesting and it actually is backed by fact, or the experience and the education that this person has gone through, it can lead you to a full video on that. However, a majority of the shorts are a brain rot, and it really doesn't help that in this time of AI or chat GPT, whatever you want to call it, anything and everything can be created, not just by American citizens, but by other countries as well, to the point where, perfect example, I saw there's a Instagram short yesterday, and the guy was working on a car. He said, if you do X, Y, and Z, you can stop the car from shaking as it's idled. And he proved that by having a glass of water on the engine in a certain spot on the engine. I can't remember where, but set the glass of this liquid down, and the liquid was trembling all over the place. He did his fix. The liquid was somewhat still a little bit less chaotic. So I got curious. I said, okay, cool. So let's see what else is on the page. First, one of the first videos I saw is how to cut off your check engine light. This man literally went, unplugged the car battery, plugged it back in, and said, it's fixed.
That's, what that is. That's some ASE certification right there. That's Mr. Goodwrench. That's some,
You should pass now. I mean,
that dude, he needs to get a job with F1, or NASCAR. For real. He could actually end up being like a lead tech, master mechanic. He's squared away.
Yeah, more like Demolition Derby, because that's all that car's going to be good for.
That guy's got it all. He's on it.
But it never
must need to hire him. He needs to be on the squad with Musk Corp.
Right.
He'd be good.
Pep Boys. Yeah. Take it to the next level, cutting edge technology and education. But it never ceases to amaze me how there's people that will call BS on it, and then there's people that will eat it up and actually go out and try it, and then when it works in their car, they're like, oh my God, I should be able to pass the missions now. Like, no. No, and plus the check engine light is on for a reason. It's not on simply because the fact that the car is like, hey, check my engine out. It looks cool, doesn't it? Like, no, it's your car is about to do something bad that you need to prevent within a certain amount of time, because if you don't, well, there's going to be another YouTube short, and that's going to be you over your smoking engine crying, asking people how to fix it and wondering why this happened.
Yep.
So
another one that I remember is Coriolis effect. Again, a post I had posted about riflery. I posted a lot about riflery at that time. But Coriolis effect, as it relates to shooting at distance, basically, really, if you're shooting beyond 300 yards, it can come into play. And the Coriolis effect is effectively the visual disturbance or anomaly between what you think you see versus where the actual target is located because the curvature of the earth. And especially if you're shooting on flat land, like where I live in New England, it's not a lot of flat land, so it's not strongly applicable. But if you're in the heartland of America and you're shooting at 300 yards and further, the earth seems like it's flat, but it's not. It's curved. And so the Coriolis effect can come into play, especially for those that are shooting at long distance. And so I posted about I was like, hey, this is a thing to be aware of if you're shooting, especially if there were folks that are wanting to get into shooting at 600 yards, 800 yards and further, to account for that. And also the other one was Coriolis effect. And what was the other one that I got told I don't know what I'm talking about? It was shit. It's so much. so it was so many.
It's the internet.
This person came back and said, "That's no such thing. There's no such thing as that." And I was like,
"They're a flat earther."
Well, the person said he never heard of it. He said it was no such thing, and I was like, "How do you?" I was confused because this is a well-known thing. Like for pilots, it's known. It's not just relevant to shooting firearms. This is a well-known thing. And I was just confused. I was like, maybe I'm not understanding what he's saying. So then the response was that it was bullshit, BS, and that he'd never heard of it. And that's another one. Like if someone's never heard of something, then boom, it's just like this. Yeah. So I went to NASA. I went to NASA.gov. I went to NASA.gov because it's a whole freaking thing that affects any projectile. Anybody who's been in the military, if you have an MOS that involves you firing a projectile of any kind of sort further than what you can normally see by the naked eye toward the target, then yeah, absolutely, this is you have to account for it.
Yeah.
But I went to NASA.gov. I was like, okay, just like Library of Congress, if you're gonna say that I don't know what I'm talking about or that it's baloney, then good luck.
You don't know what you're talking about because the lunar landing never really happened. It was all Hollywood.
Yeah. But if you're gonna tell NASA they don't know what they're talking about with the physics, then okay, good luck. But
yeah, it's a bold move.
But to point, it's just so much of folks that didn't know that poured into our community being 2A, that just didn't know and don't understand and never heard of it before. And so there's just so much of that ignorance, subject matter ignorance, that it's incumbent upon us, the folks that have some background, to share rather than to hold it to the chest. And it's also incumbent upon us, those that have a little bit of understanding, like, okay, trigger press and sight alignment, and you're a 100 level person, and now you have a training certificate and you're training people doing instruction. That's great. But please either stay in that lane and don't try to go on beyond what your actual knowledge is, or better yet, expand yourself, hook in with other instructors, take some courses as continuing education, which applies in every other industry, like literally every other industry.
Yes.
Some continuing education, add on more knowledge, increase your skill sets and your capabilities, and grow. And then as you grow, reach back to those behind and pull them forward, pull them up with you.
I can definitely agree with that that mentality as well. I just think one of the biggest issues kind of goes back to the whole ego thing. You've got instructors out there that they may or may not know how to actually shoot, but at the end of the day, some of them are like, I'm an instructor and I've trained to do this, so you had to listen to me. If I tell you had to hold the firearms upside down in order to get an accurate shot, I'm going to teach you how to shoot upside down. And by upside down, I don't mean that the person is going to turn themselves upside down, but the actual firearm itself will be upside down.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's an interesting time where everybody wants to be the master, but nobody really wants to be the teacher or learn how to be the teacher.
Yeah.
It's just, got it, know what I'm doing. Okay, cool. And it's the other thing is, like, whenever you have an instructor like that, they're not really putting themselves into an environment to safely train somebody. If anything, they're putting everybody there in danger, because it's only a matter of time before you lose control of a class. Like, let's say I've been in a class of, I don't know, 10 people. So that's 10 new people you had to be accountable for, which means that there's 10 new people that have no idea fully what they're capable of as far as handling a firearm, which means that there's going to be 10 curious people who may or may not keep that piece aimed down range. Because I guarantee you there's going to be a couple of people that are going to turn, what do I do? The gun's jammed. What do I do? I ran out of ammo, and flag and everything.
Yep.
I think in anything in life, really, especially if you're trying to train other people, you have to have at least some sort of humbleness to convey what you're trying to say, as well as connect with the person so they can understand it. If you're just, perfect example, if you're just reading off of a PowerPoint, like one of my college professors did, it'll eventually get to the point where there's going to come to a time for the final, and everybody else's grade is based off of fluff, because you had to grade everybody on a serious curve, to the point where now your employment is looking questionable, because you have to pass everyone with the A because nobody learned anything.
Yep.
At the end of the day, who really benefited? And what have you passed down?
At BioBullet, we have and I wrote it. So when I say we, it actually came from me. We have an item. I'm going to share it if it's okay with you guys.
Yeah.
We have a thing that directly speaks to what you just stated. Let me hit share screen. Oh, I need to be, all right, I see what I did. Let me drag this down. It was going to share, it was going to be stuck in a loop. All right, so share screen and window. There it is, resources. All right, and I can hide this. Okay, so exactly what you just stated in our resources area, which is a knowledge base. Literally, it's knowledge base. I wrote an article called Green, Yellow, and Red Flags to Identify Firearm Safety. Now, our resources area has many articles in them, some of which I've written. And you could probably figure out that Why Quality Ammunition Matters, the True Cost of, was written by me. And it's cited as BioBullet. Same as Why Facebook Sucks for the 2A Community. I wrote that. But several others come from their vetted information from like Hornady, Winchester, Remington, from manufacturers of ammunition as well as arms. But I go through, and myself and several others on the internal to us, we vet these to make sure that they're good information. But to your point, this one, Green, Yellow, and Red Flags to Identify Firearm Safety Instructors, source BioBullet Corporation. And this is a long form write-up for people that are new to our industry to get a better understanding of what to look for from a good instructor. Green flags are the range therapists, the wills of the world that are out here. And not because Will's associated with us and et cetera, but no, because I've been watching Will handling firearms and running and gunning and talking with people and iterating information for years now. Green flag instructor. I'm going to stand on that. And so we have a detail to look for and what that feels like, what that looks like. And then look, yellow flags, what that feels like, what that's about. Hashtag no skill sets. And then red flags, avoid even when low cost. So outside of ammunition, like, oh, what's the cents per round? And the same thing in the instruction community. Oh, well, that's this guy that he's only charging $29 for an LTC course. Well, you get what you pay for. But the other guy's charging $200. You get what you pay for.
Mm-hmm.
We're adults. And then we have a download checklist. And this too, it's a PDF document. So it allows red flag, yellow flag, green flag. It allows a person to put this on their cell phone and bring this to friends and family so that they can know, oh, I'm attending this class as a new person. I'm attending this class and these are things that they told me to look out for. And you know what? I might need to get up out of here. I just ask for my money back, or they can keep it. They can keep my whole $29 and I'm just going to go home so I can be safe. And this is available from BuyBullet. And so the things that you pointed out about getting your instruction from, and starts with low recoil ammunition and all that I stated before, 22 LR, green flag. But all that you had stated prior about instructors and people being out here, they mean well, but not being beneficial, not doing for the better of us.
Right.
We can do better. We can do better. We should do better.
That's definitely true.
We should do better.
Definitely. It needs to happen, especially with the resources and the ability to actually do research or like work towards something to become more proficient. So there's really no excuse, especially when people have the time to do it. So
Yep.
Wow. Well, with that being said, what legacy do you want BuyBullet to leave, not just as a brand, but as a movement within the two-way space?
That's a great question. I would like for, not even like, we're working on it. This is the mission. The mission for BuyBullet is to provide and facilitate improvement for shooters. If you're not a shooter, you're not our customer. That means you're just a gun owner. Like, there's tons of Americans that own guns. They're just sitting in closets and sitting in safes. And when their friends come over, they open their safe and they're like, yeah, look at all this. I got 15 ARs and I got 3 staccatos and I got 2 Beretta A100s and A300s. Check this out. Okay. But we're focused on shooters. We are for shooters. We're people that are actually using the consumable ammunition. And if you are interested in being a shooter, a real shooter, not with quote fingers around it, person with skill sets, we're here for you and to provide that education and knowledge and information that will help you stay a shooter, become a much better, safer, and more qualified and skillful shooter, and to then be the ambassador of your own brand, of yourself toward others. And you will go along and say, hey, I learned this, that, and the other, and the third from the folks at BuyBullet. It may not just be me, Henry Pope. but I learned my information from BioBullet. We have a forum that we set up that has Range Therapist has a whole area at the forum. Here? I'll show it. I'll share it. Hit share screen. That and Chrome tab, and here we go. Boom. So right at the top, just click on forum. And I got tired of dealing with Facebook and all of the aggravation of that. So we decided to create our own, owned by us, not running on anybody, forum. Henry Pope owns it, and along with the rest of the squad, the team. And we have an area here for range therapists. And within, he's got information. So as a legacy, as it goes to a legacy, I would like for people to know BioBullet more so than Henry Pope, to know BioBullet as being a place and a resource of knowledge, information, education, community, and we have outstanding prices on ammunition. That's the draw. That's what keeps the lights on.
Well, I definitely want to become a shooter and not a shooter. So I got some work I got to do, because I do want to become a firearm instructor, but I do not want to become just the person that teaches people how to shoot. I want to teach them how to shoot effectively. So, and it's also refreshing to hear you say that same thing, because when I interviewed a guy that was his name was I Run and I Gun, Will, I don't know if you know him or not, but when I interviewed him, he voiced he echoed the exact same sentiment. You have gun owners and people who like to be gun collectors, which was a term I believe you didn't like, which makes sense. But then you have actual people who are actually trying to become more proficient with firearms and train with firearms and just fit into that whole package of actually being a someone who is proficient with firearms.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and there's fine. The gun collectors are fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, we live in America. If a person wants to own 30 guns, 50 guns, I know a gentleman that's a retired engineer for Savage Arms here in Massachusetts. Savage is based in Westfield, and he's a retired engineer. Developed a lot of their product line he's a real developer, so a real engineer. He created things. And he has a 3-story house. The upper story is normal looking. Like you come to the door, it's a kitchen, a living room, and everything like that. He's got 2 stories, 1 story that is a French basement. So it's partially above ground, partially below ground. And then he's got a sub basement below. It is easily competes with the NRA museum that's in Fairfax, Virginia. Easily.
Wow.
Tons of guns and equipment. So he's got drill presses, lathes, etc. Easily. Looks like he's a normal looking dude, normal looking house. You would never know that it was there if you didn't know. So the gun collector folks, they're all over America. There's nothing wrong with that. I got no beef with that whatsoever. None. But what I do have a beef with is the gun collector folks telling and advising people who are interested in actually pulling triggers and becoming skilled how to shoot, and then telling them that, oh, you don't do it like this, you do it like that. Because I know better, because I own 20 Glocks. Like literally, I own 20 Glocks. I just built my 13th AR, and then they show a picture and they're in their kitchen on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
Or the other one is the bed sheet. So if it's not the kitchen table, they're literally on their bed. Well, you know I'm telling you, it's just
I
Like,
think
come
people
on.
don't understand what category they fit in. Because, like you said, there's nothing wrong with collecting. Buy as many guns as you want.
Yep.
But if you want to be proficient, that's a different ball game.
Mhm.
Ownership and proficiency are not the same thing. And just like you said, just because you own a bunch of guns doesn't mean you know how to shoot them. I can buy 1,000 race cars tomorrow, motorcycles doesn't mean I know how to ride.
Bingo.
Yep.
The kid from, again, going back to kid world, the kid that had like 3 basketballs, got 5 footballs. He ain't Jordan. He's not Michael Vick just because he went to got 5, to the sports store and bought a bunch of basketballs and footballs. He ain't Michael
Mhm.
Vick. He ain't Michael Jordan. He ain't nobody. But
Right.
that one kid with the one basketball that is like, that looks like a balloon. It's thin and the skin is all worn out. He's been outside putting in the hours, putting in the
Mhm.
reps. That's the one that you pick. When it comes time to picking and it's shirts versus skins, you know who to pick.
Yep.
You know who to select.
Mhm.
The kid with the one basketball and is thin as hell because he's out there in the rain and in the summertime in the heat, hooping, putting in the work. So
Yep.
folks that are collectors, no disrespect, you can be a collector, it's fine, but just stay in your lane. You know, you can advise people on where to find the best deal on Gunbroker for, the 19th AR and the 36 Glock and and whatever. But as it goes to actual skill sets and shooting and putting rounds down range and knowing that, oh, if I'm looking at something that's 400 yards away, it is not here, but it's here or here relative to my positioning and relative to where the sun is as well, because that
Mhm.
affects shadow. And knowing that parallax is a thing, that's another one. That's another one I got told is not real. Like, oh, para what? I never heard of that. Okay, you never heard of it. Now you learn. Now you have parallax. That this alignment versus that alignment versus this alignment. I just did it. That's literally parallax right there. Come on, bro.
Have you had a magnetic
Stop.
conversation yet? The
Stop.
the, the conversation about was it the I don't actually know. Well, was it magnetic correction or was it counting for wind? I mean, there's probably so much you could talk about that people are gonna just tell you isn't real. But
Magnetic correction being declination. Yep, that's a real thing too. So North Pole versus magnetic north. Yep, because here in Massachusetts, I've been another volunteer program that I've been involved in as I was recruited for, instructor for map, compass, and survival. It's wood survival to keep people alive for 48 to 72 hours until you get found by the police, by an EPO, environmental police officer, which is what we call it here. They're game warden. But magnetic declination is a real thing. You have to set your compass to account for that. Otherwise, your trajectory, your where you're looking to go, you could end up in far left versus being center because you didn't know that magnetic north is not the same as true north, or true north is not the same as yeah. I'm tired now. So, but yeah, if you don't know, you don't know. It's just like you're just out here. You're just
Yep.
out here. But
well,
we teach you these stuff because these programs are available. We teach this stuff, we lecture on it, and people can get that knowledge if they just listen, if they're just open to listening and hearing and putting it
right.
to practice.
That's the biggest thing because none of us knows it all. There's a million things I don't know. But I know me, if Henry or anybody says something, hey, XYZ, it's because of spin drift. And I've never heard of spin drift. There's this thing called Google. It's real
Right.
easy to put it in like, all right, spin drift. What is that? Oh, that's actually a thing. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. And now you've learned something. So now you're better off because of it. And then the people in your circle can potentially be better off because of it, especially if you're an instructor. You can't teach if
Mhm.
you're not willing to learn.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
just crazy.
And that's the thing. If you a good instructor, again speaking to Will, a good instructor is a lifetime student. Hard period. You're just constantly, you're like, okay, what do I not know? Let me go seek it out versus hide. There's a lot of instructors that will hide. So as it goes to gun handling, handgun, rifle, or shotgun, Show me how to do this, that, and the other. No, we don't cover that. That's Hyde. Or in LE space, this is how we did it in the 70s and 80s, or even in the 90s. It happens in military too. This is what we learned in the GWAT. Okay, no disrespect, but we're not in the GWAT anymore. It's now 2025. What are you talking about? we advanced. We have new skill sets now. You know, we learned. Vietnam era is no longer relevant. But this is what my grandpa did in Korea. Yeah, but his grandpa didn't do that in World War II because they learned that not to do that in World War I because they were doing that during the Civil War. You know,
I had that happen online about maybe a week ago. A guy was talking about, yeah, well, it was good enough for soldiers in World War I, so it's good enough for me. And I'm like, you do realize that techniques change over time as we get a better understanding, right? So why not use and adopt the most recent one?
Yeah.
But the guy didn't want to listen, so hey, that's on you.
It's America.
Do what you must. I tried. Yeah, right.
You have the right to be stupid. You know, it's free country.
End of the day, I mean, the internet is full of PhD professionals who went to YouTube University and have PhDs in Facebookology. But if they're going to do what they're going to do, eventually people are going to realize that they don't have any real clout in the game and start seeking out real knowledge. So that's why Buy a Bullet is there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna hit you with one last question. For both y'all, what is next for both of you as a team and individually, as far as advancing the mission of education, empowerment, and gun ownership?
Man, that's a good question. It's just building on our relationship together, building part on things that Buy a Bullet needs to do as a company on its own, things that I need to do on my own, and then how kind of we combine as a partnership here. I think that just gets stronger as we both work on different aspects of our own businesses independently and then also together as we're doing right now.
On my end, multiple. So first, we have between my company, Buy a Bullet, and Will's company, Range Therapist, also known as High Caliber Firearms Training, which is highcaliberfata.com. Actually, you got it updated though, I think. So now I think it's
go to rangetherapist.com.
Yep, rangetherapist.com. But one of the things that is high on my priority, so our relationship, Buy a Bullet with Will's business, is through a memorandum of understanding, an MOU. And in that MOU, among other things, is a assertion and my word to support and boost a fellow person's business. And Will's business is squared away and good. It's good. And so we're going to continue to do that through the remainder of this relationship that we have. And we're going to do that in a high level. So I pointed out on purpose because commonly others in business, not just this industry, but business broadly, they're just good with, we'll just put the logo, over here or something. Like Will's wearing his logo shirt. So we'll just put the logo over here or there and then, boom, we did our job. No, we're going to do a little bit more than that. So if you've noticed that our Instagram and our X, we've done features, of Will and talking about Will and actually stating this is the guy, this is that guy, and it's not just marketing fluff, it's facts. So that's one thing that's on the radar for the future. Another is that I haven't talked to Will about it yet, but I'll mention it right now. Is that I'm working a potential opportunity with the firearms manufacturer. And if we can get that closed and get that locked up, I would like to see an opportunity for Will and for Buy a Bullet for working with this particular manufacturer, which is not small. Cool. Then another item is that there's a another business that I've reached out to, and I'm working that now, that provides a potential software that would be also beneficial for Will, for his students and his clients, as well as for Buy a Bullet customers. And it is a unique product to the market. It's not just another. I'm not really into just doing the same thing that everybody else does, because, well, you can just go to everybody else, right? And so it's a unique product, and we're working a potential deal with that. And then as it goes to Buy a Bullet, solving this problem with the marketing, we provide a very strong business case, a very strong value proposition, outstanding pricing on the products, off of MSRP. And which, by the way, the MSRP values at our site are not like baloney. Like, there are others that just create a number and just say, "Oh yeah, that was $200, but we're 50% off." No, these are real values. You can go to the Hornady site, go to Federal, go to Winchester, go to SMB. You can go to any of the sites, and you'll see it is actually $399.99 or $59.99 per box. And then our pricing is 35% below that. And our pricing, and you could do the math, that it's not like, oh, it says 35%, but it's actually only 25%. Nope, it's math. I'm real stickler on accuracy. So we're trying to get over the hump of getting the community to know that we exist. It's one thing to create the better mousetrap, but if nobody knows that the trap exists, and here we are. So we've been, I'm going to borrow, we've been running and gunning for 2 years, and it's been a struggle due to just constant hurdles and interferences from outside the market that make it difficult for our community to know that, hey, we've existed and we're here, and we're actually providing services and value and product. So that's for the future, addressing those 4 items.
Gotcha. I will, as far as the marketing goes, I know I can see what I can do with that. I do frequent a couple of forums on Reddit, utilizing my Instagram more. Plus, I've also included credits in my videos now. This whole video thing is new to me. That reminds me, I got to go back and fix the credits on my previous video because I did not update them. But nonetheless, everybody I interview, I include in the credits, and I'll put all sorts of links and hashtags and descriptions. So that might actually help out too. Need to get those shirts because I'm trying to go to events more. So instead of wearing, I mean, I do have my own shirts, but I also like to wear other brand shirts as well. So if I'm out and about and people are like, Buy a Bullet, you know, because that's part of my platform. I like to, this is a Black 2A platform, but that doesn't mean that I'm like trying to lock it down and say no Black people only. It's like, no, if anything, the 2A community is a all-inclusive community.
Yep.
And we are going to have to be included in that. And in order to be included in that, we are going to have our own brands. We're going to have our own businesses. We're going to have things advertised as well. We have our own firearms in the form of Ross Martin. We have Rostic Arms, which is another good guy. He literally creates his own rifles. He has the RA-15. We have our own podcasters. There's myself. There's Heavy 223. There's Armed Atlas of, and I mean just so many others. This is a endeavor that cannot be done alone, especially whenever you have everybody out there like this. But when you're like this, you get better results.
Yeah.
So
100%.
Whenever I can help you all, let me know. I'll throw some ideas your way and we'll figure it out.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you accepting our giving us the opportunity to be on your platform. I looked into it. So prior to agreeing, I looked into the others that you have, in your program, and what you just said about being diverse and being open-minded, and you're not just focused only to the Black community, but being open to the two-way community, and by being that way, helping to grow the Black community within the two-way community. I 100% agree with that. And so I looked at your other videos and the rest of your other podcasts, and I listened to a few. And so thank you for having us on here. This is actually an honor from my view. And I believe so. I'm going to speak for Will too, but it's an honor. And this is, for me personally, this is only my second podcast. So this is it's good opportunity as training, to know what to do, what not to do. It's a new experience for me. And I was, again, not wanting to be in the forefront, but now I am. So this has been a really fun and great opportunity. I appreciate it.
Well, I always look at it like the best leaders are the ones that are reluctant to it, because they're the ones that have the skills. They're the ones that have the experience. I would much rather pick the guy that's like, nah, I want to do it. I want to do it, versus the guy that's like, Coriolis effect isn't real and the earth is flat. I'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is kind of a unique situation, but did you have any questions for me as far as like any of my content or just anything in general? Or
so I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Where are you looking next to? So it looks like, looking at your podcast, you have a wide variety. You have a breadth of subject areas. So where would you be looking to grow into? And the reason I ask is because possibly we could add you as a resource within our forum at bullet points. So our forum is called Bullet Points, and we could offer you a position, a space there. So the same as range therapist has access there, and people are there to ask questions, to do something similar for your podcast. So where are you looking to grow into for 2025 as it goes to advancement?
2025, my ultimate goal is to get more involved. And if I could be blunt about what started this goal, because ironically enough, my podcast has been around since September 11th of 2020. I also have an issue, not directly, but just kind of in the same realm. Ironically enough, we both have firearm related podcasts, but nonetheless, there is another Black Powder podcast out there. It's interesting because all my stuff, as far as Black Powder podcast, I had that done before he did. He was called Just Another Gun Guy or something like that, and there was already another gun guy out there, so he changed his name. And long story short, one of my worries is that, and it's happened before, people will associate my stuff with his and vice versa. But aside from that, I've been around since 2020. I was going through a lot of personal stuff around 2020, so I couldn't dedicate my full intentions and my full time and my full energy towards the main reason why I created this. Because in 2020, I saw the number of firearm ownership go up to 80%. The majority of that was Black women. And there's always a narrative that Black men don't care about Black, and this isn't like the majority narrative, but it's a minority to the point where it's like there are Black men out there that are tired of hearing that illogical fallacy of Black men do not want to protect Black women.
Yeah.
And that also came from a lot of people listening to YouTube and everything. And as you've already seen before online, people have a tendency to make things up to the point where a lot of other people start thinking that this is the reality, this is real. So we were losing our image. Started bad enough that our image was lost due to the media, due to certain music stereotypes, due to certain portrayal in film, so on and so forth.
Yeah, misbehaviors. Yep.
Right. And one of my major goals is to take our image back. I cannot do that by myself. And one of my beliefs is that, in your opinion, what's the most deadliest caliber out there?
The most deadliest caliber is the one that criminals happen to choose and harm people with. Any one of all of them. I'm anti-criminal.
Mm-hmm. But
So
I would say,
but as it goes to be very specific to your question,
mm-hmm.
It depends on if we're talking of all of history, 22 LR, hands down, as it goes to persons that have been harmed. But if we're talking to regions, then 9mm, and that's because of the United States.
And I would say, according to my theory, my logic, you're incorrect. Because the most deadliest caliber out there isn't one that was created for a firearm. One of the most deadliest calibers out there is 3.5mm. And that is what is used for your basic headphone jack back when we were using them. Because as long as you can control what people think and what they hear, whether you're a criminal or you're a civilian that's living on a straight path, 3.5mm can flip those easily.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's profound. That's a really good point. I'm going to share that one too with my son.
Yeah, that's always been my belief. And no matter if we go to Bluetooth or whatever, I mean,
yeah,
the fact of the matter is, as long as our image is controlled by other entities, we are always going to have to fight back against that. And the only people that can change that are the actual people that are here and are tired of it.
Yeah.
So my goal is to keep pushing that mission this year. I noticed that the tactical games, what ultimately made me more interested was the fact that, and nothing against this, because I know in our society, there's a whole stereotype, and I hate it, but the stereotype of, oh, that's that white boy shit.
Yeah.
And that mindset has put us behind to the point where when we look at something like the tactical games, one of the first things, because I posted this in a group, Black Firearm Owners, I think, on Reddit. I posted the tactical games on there, and the first thing that came to mind is, we need our own thing like that. Who's going to fund it?
Yeah.
How about we get NAGA to fund it? And that's another story. I have to tell you that one offline. But nonetheless, it always comes down to, who can we get to do or provide the necessary things for what we want to do. But at the end of the day, like I said, 2A community is a community.
Yeah.
We are going to have to find our niche in there. We're going to have to remember, or we're going to have to remind people that we belong there too. So my goal this year is to train for the tactical games, to get a team together, and then go to the tactical games next year.
Yeah.
This year, I think it's somewhere either in Europe or Spain. Next year, I do not know the details. I don't know where it'll be, but there are still national regionals here. And whether my team is doing this as novices or somehow, some way, we train ourselves to get better to the point where we can do like maybe a mid tier or an expert tier.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the involvement in being there is my goal.
Yeah.
And what I was getting at earlier was, what lit a fire under my ass this year is the fact that, number one, all the personal issues that I've dealt with since 2020 are either smoldering down, or they have basically been, cut down to more manageable things. Long story short, I went through a divorce. That was fun. We had a daughter involved, and then she ended up moving to Omaha. So that was all from 2017 until probably ended around 2023, 2024, around there.
Yeah.
So, now that there's a little bit more amicable understanding between both of us, I can focus on the things that I want to achieve goal wise. So this year for 2025, my goal is to get more involved in a lot more firearm related events, conventions, get my name out there. And this all happened because of going to SHOT Show, thanks to Tardigrade Industries, which, again, like I said earlier, it's an inclusive community. Chris McKenna he's white, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
And the only reason I bring that up is because he was the one that reached out and gave me a chance. He could have, he asked if I was going to SHOT Show. By then, I'd only been to one convention, and that was the NAGA National years ago, which was a smaller convention. The fact that he didn't even think on it, he didn't even hesitate. He immediately came out and he asked me if I wanted to go to SHOT Show. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
So I took him up on the offer, and I saw the goal, and to not follow up on that would be a waste of his time and a waste of my time and a waste of the fact that he went out of his way to do something for me to help me grow my platform.
Yep.
And I will forever be thankful to him for that, because he could have easily reneged on his promise, especially since the guest passes at SHOT Show, I think at one point they used to be $50, but they jacked the price up to $200. At that point, when he found out how much it had gone up, he could have called me back and said, "Yeah, plans change. Gonna have to change our mind, man. Maybe take a rain check." No, he honored his promise.
Yeah.
He honored his promise.
Yeah.
And that's why anytime I get on the platform and, there's, whether we talk about a racial issue or whatever, I always remind people that, yes, there are white people out there, but there is a difference between white people and white supremacy.
Yeah.
What that man did for me had nothing to do with the color of his skin or white supremacy or whatever. He was just trying to help out somebody who is trying to make it in this space. And we got to remind other people of that too.
Yeah.
So that's why I got to get more visible. I'm going to GunCon this year. I'm going to NRA. I was supposed to go to Primary Arms, which was going to happen around the same time as NRA, but they canceled. I also am trying to find a way to, and this is going to be a little bit difficult considering the region, but I want to go to other countries to learn more about their gun restrictions, their gun laws, so on and so forth, to the point where I actually invited Arm Atlas and his cameraman to go with me to Japan, because Japan has some of the strictest gun laws out there, to the point where the only way you can even apply to get a firearm is if your employment involves it. So say, for example, you're an Olympic shooter, you're a hunter, you're a police officer, anything outside of that, you're not going to get a firearm.
Yeah.
So it's becoming kind of tedious, because trying to find actual gun shops out there, as well as trying to overcome the language barrier of like sending an email.
Yeah.
That's where it gets hard. And I've also reached out to a gentleman who is over in where is he at? Not Romania. I think he's in a Middle Eastern country with his girlfriend, but he left. I think he left Romania or he left. Yeah, he left he left a part of the Russian area because of everything that was going on. Moved to the Middle East with his girlfriend, and he's been putting up videos ever since of just different firearms. I mean, he is like on it. I think his channel on Instagram is called Reshoot, but nonetheless, it's like I'm trying to tie together different strands of the 2A community to put people together and put morality behind the militions. Excuse me, morality behind the munitions. That's another catchphrase of mine. So I've got a lot planned. I just have to focus, keep my head down, nose to the grind, and get it done. So hopefully that answers your question. I gave you a lot.
So I liked it. That was outstanding. Kudos to you. Golf claps. Seriously. So here at Bible, you asked earlier about like us behind the curtain, and I have commonly used this description for Bible. We are like Benetton, and everybody from my generation, they know what that means. So Bible is Benetton. I'm a Black American and Negro is how I actually refer to myself in that manner. Will is Black African American. We have one of our key investors is Chinese American, and he happens to be a massive pro 2A person, first generation Chinese American. He's American. He's born here, Chinese American. His mother's from Taiwan and his father's from China. Massive, hugely pro 2A person, and not just as a collector. And I know him from Smith and Wesson. From my time there. Others are Italian American and Polish American. We have a whole team here that is the Neapolitan ice cream. Remember that? The chocolate, the strawberry, and the vanilla.
Yep. It's still good though.
It is, and that's us as well. And our focus is not to just one group. We're here to support all the groups, but we're also here to provide for the Black community. We are been so far behind on just accepting the information, the knowledge, education. And so we are here to focus on everybody. We're providing a service to everybody, but we want to bring parity. So to bring us up and to bring everybody forward. And you talked about Black women and their participation in the market. The female participation in the market has been growing greatly since 2018. But the Black woman, the Black female participation in the market has been leading growth since the pandemic. And the reasons for that are well known among us as Black men in the community. And it's unfortunate and it's sad. But the reason that Black women aren't feeling safe in their homes, they're not feeling safe walking the streets. And it's not even a matter of feeling, but it's being. So the statistics are horrible as it goes to, and my mom is Black, my sister's Black, my daughter's Black. You know, it's horrible. So we are looking to approach and outreach there too. We would like another brand ambassador that is female, someone that is on a range therapist / wills level, but is a woman. And so not just any, I'm just not looking for just anybody. There's lots of women that are like, oh yeah, I got a training certificate last year. It's a lot, but we're looking for someone that's on level, that's on parity. And so what you had said about seeking out and growing and embracing the space broadly, I 100%, I'm loving it. I'm here for it. And I give you a high five. If you were here, I would literally give you a high five. But yeah, that's beautiful. I love it. And the fact that you're going to reach out to those that are outside the country too, to Europeans and to the Pan-Asian countries. Americans, we just, for some weird reason, blow off the fact that the rest of the freaking world exists. And I'm like, no, you know.
Mhm.
For example, Taiwan, which is, they are going to be, or looking to be, the next Ukraine, and China being an extension of the Russian. China is nothing more than, Taiwan is a peninsula, and then
Mhm.
China is nothing more than a large Russia.
Yeah.
It's Russia West, you know.
Yeah.
And
Essentially, yeah. Mm.
you know, there's a lot of, and there's a lot of the rest of the world that has a position where either they want to be embracing of the 2A, they have been embracing the 2A of the past, the Italians, the United Kingdom, the French, and the Spaniards too. Spain, they have been way pro 2A before their revolution, the second revolution.
Mhm.
And so reaching out to those of other countries that, like you're doing, and embracing other thought leaders, which is a term that my marketing director Anissa loves to use. It's a great term. Reaching out to other thought leaders in the way that you are, yeah, that needs to be done. More of us need to be doing that, rather than just standing in our little ponds and being big fish in a bucket. You know, it's real easy to be
Yeah.
the kingfish, the shark, when the size of your pond is a pond.
Yeah. And I know ultimately, I've told, well, recently I told the last person I interviewed, which I think was either Bolo Defense or Hard Punch Munitions, but nonetheless, um, this mission is still the same too. I don't just want to grow for the sake of my podcast growing, because if anything, the companies that I interview, if honestly, if I didn't think they were worth my time, I wouldn't even have anybody on here, you know. And granted, yes, I'm still growing my platform, but like I said earlier, I don't want to be the guy that's like, all right, cool, bought a bullet, we're out, deuces, good luck to you. If anything, the whole point of growing a platform is to, like you said, you look back, you reach down, and you try and bring somebody up to the level that you're at. Even if it's a long journey for them, that's what you got to do. So whether it's X-Tech Tactical, Tardigrade Industries, um, Hard Punch Munitions, Bolo Defense, Kinetic Customs, I could, and these are all people that I've recently interviewed, but nonetheless, these are the people that I want to take with me. Now, granted, Tardigrade is like already leagues ahead of me. They've got government contracts. Chris is actually supposed to be going up to speak with some military heads right now. I think Friday he's going to find some answers. Nonetheless, um, I want to help him with his social media, just like I want to help you just get your marketing out there. Just like I want to help Bolo Defense get their stuff out there. You know, this is a team effort. It's almost like I'm treated like a conglomerate without actually having the paperwork. So anything I can do, that I'm at everybody's disposal.
Much obliged.
Same here, man.
Much obliged. Yeah.
Yeah.
And please
But hey,
pass on to Chris, the principal of Tardigrade. I love that name.
yeah, that
That's
he. I'm glad you know what it is. He that's where he got it from.
yep.
The little dudes on the space shuttle.
Yep.
Just hard to kill.
Yeah. Impossible. They're the one organism that we know of in life that is just absolutely durable. And yeah. And it's an easy spell, and it's
Mhm.
unique. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, he's trying to market his product brand to like fully embrace tardigrade. Like the ocular goggle he came out with, the initial one, he called it the Celis, which was supposed to represent the multifaceted eyes that a tardigrade has.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, he's great stuff, really cool stuff.
Yeah.
and I'll pass it down to him.
Outstanding. Very good.
Gentlemen, I mean, we got to do this again. I mean, it is, wow, it's 11 o'clock. I'm trying to figure out. I'm sorry?
We will do it again. This has been fun. I'm having a blast. I'm having a really good time.
No, I mean, if you ever want to come back and talk about just any topic that's come up, because I'm trying to. Oh, okay. I still need to talk about the SIG P320 and customer service, because I don't know if you've seen the social media literature they put out, if you will. It's very controversial. There is a court case that's going on over in California. I can't remember. Is it Dakota v. Bonta? I can't remember the name.
The Attorney General, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure who the plaintiff would be. Right.
It's the one that is, I think, talking about how there's a couple going on. I can't remember if it's the one talking about the magazine capacity ban in California.
Yeah, that is Dakota then. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've seen the video of the judge that actually got up, and hats off to this guy, but he gave a breakdown dissertation of why it's unconstitutional for them to even be doing anything like that.
Yep.
And the third subject I'm trying to remember is, I can't remember the case, but it basically said that the suppressors were not protected underneath the Second Amendment. A lot of people are looking at that as a bad thing. However, we know that in the court of law, it's not shades of white or black, it's gray. So the minute that somebody says something that now becomes questionable, that opens a door to potentially push back against what they are trying to, I guess, in a sense, deny or trying to put into an area that is undefined. So there's a lot going on in the 2A space.
I'm going to go get something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It'll make sense. When I get back, it'll make sense. You'll understand why I went to get it.
Okay.
He's got props.
I feel kind of bad. I'm like, did I ask Will enough questions?
No, you're fine, man. You're good, man.
How's it being the ambassador?
Bad at all. Huh?
How's it being the ambassador?
So far, so good, man. Still kind of new, so I can't give you too much of an in-depth summary, but so far, so good, man.
Can you read that? Oh, let me go the other direction.
The office, I see office in the United States.
Public Information Office, Supreme Court of the United States, Washington, D.C.
Oh, wow. That's a serious document.
Public Information Office, Supreme Court of the United States, Washington, D.C. Oh, look at that. Public Information Office of the United States, Supreme Court, Washington, D.C. Oh, I got another one. Public Information Office, Supreme Court of the United States, Washington, D.C. I just happened, U.S. Department of Justice, Washington, D.C. I just happened, the subject matter that you're wanting to discuss into the future as it goes to court cases and et cetera. I review that, so it's relevant to my primary business, well beyond buy a bullet. And so these court cases and these decisions directly affect my company's clients, who are manufacturers of product that are in the 2A space. Again, I've been here for a long time. I've got over 30 years of experiences. So I would be happy to talk with you about court cases and decision analysis. That's within my wheelhouse, as folks say. It's well within it. But I just went and this is gear that I'm at my house. I'm not even in my office. And I just went to the bookshelf and pulled. I was like, because I shared this with my son when he was in school, when he was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And these are, in fact, to be super clear,
Supreme Court, United States. McDonald, City of Chicago, Illinois.
Yep. So these are the actual decisions from the Supreme Court. From the Supreme Court. So it's not like I printed them off or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I get these mailed to me. They're sent to me from the SCOTUS following decisions.
Wow. Okay.
So to the past, also to my past at BGOO, and these conversations would come up, and I'd be like, well, actually it's this, or I can cite that. It's not because I Googled it or whatever the hell. I read these. This is my study. This is for work, for my career, for work. I study these. And so I'd be happy to talk to you about these Bonta, David. I'd be happy to talk with you and give you some thoughts and feedback on those items. It's not a problem. It's well within my skill sets.
Cool. Definitely. Hey, we can schedule that then. Definitely get that scheduled. And I definitely would like to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like I need a notebook now. Well, gentlemen, guess it has been, wow, this is my longest show. Not that it's a bad thing. I mean, it's been very educational, and I don't mind long shows. It's a lot better than a 30-minute show where you ask a question and the person that answers back is like, yeah. Can you elaborate? Look good. I actually had a show like that. It was never aired, but
wow.
But yeah, if you could just let everybody know where to reach you at and your socials and just the best way to get in contact.
I'll let Will do that first.
Website, if you're looking for a training, whether that's in person, online, I have options for that as well. I also travel for groups. It's rangetherapist.com. Social media, YouTube is Range Therapist. Facebook, Range Therapist. Instagram and TikTok are at range.therapist. And you can find me, reach out to me there. I have literally thousands of videos. You can check any of those out. If you have any questions or want to see something or talk about something specific, just let me know.
Nice.
That's full facts. I think he's got like 1,800 videos. It's a lot of videos. So it's not just entertainment videos. It's content. It's actual educational information. And it's, you could go back to the older ones. If you want to learn how to shoot on the cheap, like, I don't suggest this. I suggest you actually contact Will and take him on board as your advisor, as your long-term trainer, as your consultant. But if you were hurting for cash or something, go back to his old videos and watch the progression and try to mimic and duplicate. But he's got a lot of content. He's got.
I documented the process, so it's there.
Yeah, you did.
It's there.
Facts. So we are BioBullet Corporation, and that is actually the name of the business. That's another one. I've had people ask me, like, why do you call it that? You know, because that's what it is. It's BioBullet Corporation. And but you can find us online at biobullet.com, common spelling, BUYABULLET.com. We are also at LinkedIn as LinkedIn BioBullet Corporation. We're at LinkedIn because we are doing both business to consumer, B2C, as well as B2B, business to business. So we cover both avenues, providing a product, which is ammunition, as well as a service, which is extensive. We are on Twitter, and that is BioBullet_Corp, because we lost the corporation prior when it was under Jack Dorsey before Elon Musk bought it. We are on Instagram as @BuyABullet Corp. And we are on Rumble and YouTube as Buy a Bullet Corp. And let's see, where else are we at? No, I think that's it. And if you have questions, very easy, contact us at buyabullet.com, or just go to the main page. It's right there at the bottom, and plug yourself in at the contact us page. But we're open to questions, and if persons are looking for assistance on which ammunition to buy, and if you haven't bought your gun yet, but you're thinking about ammo, should you get 9mm versus 380 versus 38 versus 9x19? That was a question. 9x19 versus 9x17 versus 9x21. That came up like a month ago. We can help you with that. Versus 38 Super, which is one of my favorite chamberings. We can help you with that. Let us know, and be happy to help you and get you on your way.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, I do appreciate it. Henry, Will, definitely gonna do this again. And yeah, thank you. I'm very honored to even have both of you on here. And thank you again.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Well,
Thank you. Thank you both thank you, Will, for the time. You're straight out of work and then bam, you came here. So this is a long day. Thank you much for allowing that.
No worries, man. Appreciate you.
Living up to the ambassador title. All right, gentlemen, y'all take care, be safe, and one of my new catchphrases is "Stay primed."
Yes, sir.
I like
I
it.
love it.
Have a good one.
All right, later.
Wow.
This the Black Powder Podcast. Let's get explicit. We got the wisdom hitting targets with a mark.